Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Not yet. Only just CNTC. And a very good morning to one and all as we welcome you to the Four Square Oval situated in the southern parish of St. Philip in Barbados. And a beautiful morning it is to welcome us for this, the third round of matches in the Big Man Cricket Over 50s Caribbean Cup. And the match today featuring the host team West Indies and Wales. Already, we can tell you that the West Indies have won the toss and they have elected to field, inviting the Welsh men to take first knock. And already we have the players and officials in the middle, those officials being Tremaine Prescott and Dave Thompson, the umpires standing, Thompson standing at the southern end of the ground, and Prescott at the north, here at the Pickwick Club, the Four Square Oval, famous for two things. As I welcome Lyndon Yard, I am Wayne Holder, and between Lyndon and myself, we expect to be joined by Kirk Strawn later in the morning, and Martin Paris will also be part of the team. But Lyndon, good morning to you, and a lovely morning, really nice conditions for cricket.
Yes, good morning to you, Wayne. Good morning to listeners and viewers. And it's wonderful to be at home, I will call it, because I'm a stone throw away within walking distance. Has a lovely walk up today, up here this morning. And conditions a little overcast, but the sun is out and we're about to get going.
Nice, bright, breezy conditions as we see the first ball of the morning delivered by the captain of the West Indies, Zamin Amin, and is bowling to Ewan Rees of Wales. And the first delivery yields a single, short delivery outside the all stump, and stepping across, slapping it down to wide of the man at mid-off. That's William Lashley, and picking up a single. So Wales immediately off the mark with one. They go to one without loss, and brings the number two as the opening batter, David Adams, on strike, left-handed batter. He's been facing up to the left arm slow spin of Zamin Amin, and we will hope to have a look at the field. Just the one fielder outside the circle in the deep mid wicket. As over the wicket comes Amin, and Adams coming onto the front for the question from the bowler, not supported by his wicket keeper or the first slip fielder, and more importantly, not supported by umpire Dave Thompson.
I think that's the one that really matters, that the umpire didn't support him.
Here he comes again, and this delivery is outside the off stump. Not playing a shot on this occasion is Adam, just allowing it through. So definitely that one not spinning back from outside the off stump of the left-handed batsman. As he is coming onto the front foot, struck on the pad again. Again, the bowler playing with umpire Thompson. Ball running away into the onside. But Lyndon, you know, in T20 cricket, especially these days, limited overs cricket generally, there's a lot of talk about matchups. And here we have the left-arm orthodox spinner bowling to the left-handed batsman Adams, coming onto the front foot, gets some bat on it eventually for the first time, pushes it into the mid wicket. But by the matchups, the left arm spinner to the left-handed batsman is always supposed to be in the favor of the batter. It's coming onto the front foot is Adams and stroking this one back along the pitch to the bowler. We've come to the end of the first over, just one run coming off it. So good tight stuff from Zamin Amin and quiet start.
You say tight stuff on Zaman Amin, Wayne, but I would say normal service resumes. It's just a different venue, different day, but same service for Amin. A decent start and haven't just conceded one run. And yeah, matchup is a thing that goes on within the T20 setup. But what I've noticed about the invention of T20 cricket, Wayne, is that remember once upon a time in India, West Indies had a player named Jimmy Adams who had a lot of runs, and for that tour they call him Jim Paddams. Well, since the invention of T20 cricket, we noticed that the pad is very hardly used now. It's a matter of bat pump ball. I think that is what cricket is all about. So I know a lot of people don't agree with the T10, T20, etc. But when you look at it, you get value for your money, and it is a matter of utilizing your skill sets rather than utilizing the equipment that come into play. So it's going to be over number 2 from the northern end of the ground. And the Wales side won without loss in over number 1. Remember, it's 45 overs per side. Wales, they need to win to stay in the competition. Else, they have booked a place. They will book a place in the playoffs, which will feature teams 5 through 8. Wayne.
Well, we have the new player in the West Indies side. I say new player because there has been one change to the side that would have played in the game on last Friday versus India, and Suresh Daniram, who has replaced Naren Bideshi in the side, has taken up the bowling from the northern end, and his first 2 deliveries are dot balls. Bowling right arm off spin, it appears. Bowling in his cap. And the passes umpired from Ian Prescott. Bowls a quickish delivery. Coming onto the front foot is the right-handed Rees, right-handed Rees. And pushing it away into the offside. There being no run here. Getting to the over quite quickly. Fast delivery right up into the block hole. Coming down on it is Rees. So the batsmen have had to exercise caution against some rather tight bowling so far. As the right-hander settles down and gets a delivery pitched right up outside the off stump, stroked into the cover. Chandra Paul Singh, the ever-present Chandra Paul Singh, comes in from cover and fields, and there is no run. A slip, backward point, square cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man just behind square on the onside. Outside the off stump this time, not offering a shot. So the end of a maiden over. Getting through that over in lightning quick time, Linden Yard.
Yes, I'll say maybe 2 minutes at most to complete that over. He was very quick, Wayne. I suspect he isn't spinning the ball. He's off a very short run. You say he's a spinner, but he seems to be bowling very, very quick. So I call him a medium pace off, utilizing spin run up. No spin on off or whatsoever. Just getting the ball through, getting through the over as quickly as possible as well. And good turnover for the West Indies. They're enjoying the start at the moment. And are you a little surprised that they won the toss and opted to field first?
Well, not exactly, to be honest with you. With the early morning start, I believe the locals in the West Indies side, with that knowledge, that local knowledge, might have influenced the decision by the captain, who is not Barbadian, but as I said, knowing that with a bit of moisture around, it's still very early morning, and that they would want to take advantage of any extra assistance they may get from the service here at the 4 square oval outside the off stump, pulling the bat inside the line through to the keeper. But the surface here at 4 square, Lyndon, you are very familiar with this. As you said, you actually reside in the neighborhood, and you are extracted from the soil. I mean, you've lived here all your life, haven't you?
Well, what I can say, Wayne, that this venue was a cane ground venue. As you know, once upon a time, Barbados was filled with cane ground. We've no moving away. We are moving away from that industry. And I can tell you with my local knowledge, as this delivery is outside the off something slap through the point region, we'll take 1, and we'll think about the 2, and we'll come back for 2. Good shot outside the off something slapped away for 2. And getting back to the point, I would say that 9 out of 10 times, and I win the toss at Pickwick, I will invite the opposition to bat first. I don't think the wicket holds true for batting.
Well, normally a very flat, bland surface here at the 4 square oval. And as he's coming onto the front foot. Adams and stroking this one back along the pitch. But Foursquare, Lyndon, known for two things: cricket and rum, or rum and cricket. It depends on your what is priority. But we've got the slap off the back foot, gets a single, does Adams, as he brings the fielder from mid-off around to his right. So some rotation of the strike we got, and some addition to the score. We finished over number 3, and at the end of those 3 overs, Wales invited to batter 4 without loss. Rees on 1. Adams will have the strike at the start of the 4th over. He is on 3.
Yes, you said Foursquare is known for two things: cricket or rum. And at our age, we would have played the cricket at a younger age, so definitely was cricket then. But at this stage now, it's about the rum. But we have to be very careful at that age with the rum as well. As we look to our extreme level, is rum agent bond number 3. So there are quite a few barrels in there of rums that are fermenting. And of course, we're speaking about the RL Seal and Company Limited, the sponsors of the Pickwick Club, and the ground itself donated the ground to Pickwick when they have to relocate in 2007 for the rebuilding or remodeling, if you prefer, of the Kensington Oval, the brand new spanking Kensington Oval. So now the Pickwick side. And for those of you who are wanting some information on Pickwick, their most recent test players would have been Shea Hope and Kyle Hope. And it's also the home of Tino LeBertram Bess.
Tino still very active on the local scene. And I covered a match up here during the season, this season, and Tino still working up a bit of pace, and he actually boasted that he's still the fastest bowler in Barbados.
Well, he's entitled to say what he feels. Maybe he doesn't see a lot of pace bowling these days, and I could agree. I wouldn't agree that he's the fastest bowler in Barbados, but we don't see a lot of fast bowling these days on any given Saturday and Sunday, Wayne.
Well, here comes Danny Ram to bowl to Adams, and this delivery is outside the all stump. A wide is signaled by umpire Prescott and not taken cleanly by the keeper, but cleaning up. Well, definitely. But yes, we are calling it. I said all spin because of the matter that he's just taking 3 steps, and the action looks like an all spin action, but not a lot of spin on offer. And this one goes straight through the keeper and running down to a fine third man position. The batters come back for a second as William Lashley from backward point retrieves the ball inside the boundary at third man, and byes are signaled by umpire Prescott. So the extras have made their presence felt. It's 7 without loss in over number 4. Wales invited to bat. But the Foursquare Rum Distillery, renowned Foursquare Rum Distillery, appealed for a catch, well, LBW in fact, and the umpire again shaking his head vigorously in the negative. But another quick delivery from Danny Ram. But yes, the Foursquare Rum Distillery award-winning spirits on as this one struck away out to deep cover. Is going to run close to the boundary, and it goes across the rope. So 4 runs to Dave Adams. Short delivery outside the all stump, rocking onto the back foot, punching it away through the all side, and the fielder from cover interested for most of the way, but the ball just winning the race over the rope, Lyndon.
Yes, beautiful shot, first scoring shot of the day, first scoring boundary, and beautifully played there for 4. So you heard a raucous round of applause from the Wales players as they accepted that boundary, and it will help push on their scoring rate. And Foursquare, speaking about Foursquare Rum Distillery, exceptional cast selection they have, and single blended rum age 12 years, a combination of first, second, and third. The appeal and given. So the first wicket goes down. We're going to allow you to describe that as Danny Ram gets his man.
Well, not offering a shot on this occasion is Adams. Struck on the back pad, and the umpire ruling that ball would have gone on to hit the stumps. As we mentioned earlier, no spin imparted by Danny Ram, so you wouldn't expect the ball to be turning and beating the stumps. Maybe he be getting some drift and some swing through the air, but again, the batsman not playing a shot, and umpire Prescott agreeing with the fielding team that ball would have gone on to strike the stumps. Wales lose their first wicket. Adams' innings comes to an end. He has made some... Adams? He made 7 from 17 balls he faced, and the total now 11 for 1 after some, well, 4 overs exactly. Right. 4 overs. That wicket falling off the final delivery of the fourth over. Wicket to Danny Ram, Wales 11 for 1.
Yes, and Adams having utilized some 70 deliveries. To be fair to him, he never looked comfortable. And I think that his demise maybe may just keep the Wales side in the game because he was putting the prod and he was getting more pad than bat. And he comes back not offering a shot to Danny Ram. And the West Indies in business right away as Williams goes to the crease with number 12 on his bat away. I'm hearing you utilizing the word batter. Are you comfortable with that word? It's a word I'm prepared to use it, and I has always used it when I'm commentating a game that involves women. But I believe that cricket is a batsman's game, and men, if you use the term batsman, batsmen, But I think to include fair sex is fine, but I'm comfortable and confident using the term batter once the lady's playing. But for me, I will continue with batsman once the gentleman's in the middle.
Well, Lyndon, I kind of tend to alternate. I can use either, whatever the sex. But an interesting observation. First of all, let's say that the new batsman is Neil Williams, and he gets off the single compliments a slack piece of fielding by the fielder in the covers that looks like Rajendra Mangali. Just gently, harmlessly pushed up to him by Williams, and the ball just bursting through his hands. And Williams gets off the mark with a single. So, as a matter of fact, that is Rees who gets another run. So, Williams, another left-hander, coming on strike. The batsman, that wicket falling off the final over down the leg side. Well taken by keeper Sahadio as wide is signalled by umpire Thompson. So one more to the extras, total 13 for 1. But yes, Lyndon, one observation, there's a term that we use onto the front foot, passing the slip fielder, and they're going to come through quickly for a single as Ian Drake from backward point has to come all the way around to that short third man position, and the single easily taken. So now Williams gets off the mark with a single. We talk about batsmanship. But if we're going to outlaw the term batsman and talk about batter, so do we now talk about battership?
Interesting observation, interesting question.
So this one struck away out to the deep cover position, a right-handed batsman on strike, and another couple of runs gathered by the Wales side. Moves them up to 16 for 1. As we are halfway into the fifth over of the back foot, struck to that mid-off position, mid-off right back on the circle, and the batsman going with the shot, so single easily taken. So another single conceded, and again, we're going to have to change around for the left-hander, right-handed, left-handed combination at the crease for Wales, as Amin brings the left-handed Williams onto the front foot. The ball is going to elude the bowler. An excellent move running between the pair. Good communication, very good understanding. The ball just about eluding the bowler, and it was played with such soft hands that the man from mid-on never had a chance of coming in to threaten the single. So the batsman once again pick up a single. It's 18 for 1. Left arm through and around to the right-hander is Amin, and this time it's a dot ball hit hard into the pitch. The ball goes bouncing back to the bowler, who knocks it down. That brings us quickly to the end of the fifth over. Remember, 45 overs per side in this, the big man cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup, and we've seen 5 of the overs for West Indies. Wales after 5, 18 for 1.
Yes, a good start to the Wales side. 18 for 1 and 5 overs. Just to bring you some up-to-date, some information relative to the distillery. Foursquare Rum Distillery is located on a former sugar plantation that dates back to 1720, Wayne. And within the tiny Caribbean of Barbados, of course, the distillery is owned by the Seal family. And in 1996, the distillery operation and blended are currently directed by Richard Seal, a fourth generation trader and distiller of R.L. Seal just to give you some idea of how powerful they have been in this industry and their marks and excellence and acknowledgements. This is absolutely awesome. True to the keeper. In 2021, they won the IWC Outstanding Spirit Provider. Same year, the ISC Master Distiller, Master Blender, and that same award they took in 2016, 2017, 2018, 19, 20, and 21. So you can call it unbeaten in terms of distilling. They were producer of the year in 2016, 2018, 19, and 2021. The IWSC Rum Producer of the Year. In 2018, they won the ISC Supreme Champion Spirit, 4 square mark 6 2005. And again in 2021, the ISC Supreme Champion Spirit, 4 square mark, and that is SV Redoubtable. So they're definitely throwing their weight around in the world as a Caribbean provider located right here in Barbados and right at this very same venue. And of course, there's a particular spirit, if I could use that term for the older folks, or we like to call it rum, that most Bajans fear. Do you have an idea what that is, Rain?
Sounds something like a one-eyed man, the old brigand. Of course, ESA Field White Rum, the sponsors of the Pickwick Club, from which we are doing the broadcast, at which the game is being played. So, yes, rum and cricket, inseparable, one would have to say here in Barbados. You mentioned, Lyndon, about the proliferation of cane fields, and it reminded me, back in history, Barbados was basically one huge sugar plantation, just subdivided up into different subplots, but one, I remember, I am of a vintage that grew up in the 60s, and I can recall where, as far as the eye could see, was cane fields. That's all that really existed here in the country. Of course, no longer that way, as the economy has become a lot more diverse, and the sugar plantation, well, the sugar industry has somewhat diminished over the years. Still, sugar though, cane sugar, a very important ingredient, Lyndon, in the manufacture of rum. There we go again. So. Still not able to do without it if we're going to continue the boast of producing special Barbados rum with all its special features. But back to the cricket, a quick single taken here by Rees and Williams, as this one struck up to the mid-off position. William Lashley unable to field cleanly. Pressure on and that is one of the things we have noticed, Lyndon. This pair and the batsmen for Wales are quite prepared to put that pressure on the West Indies fielders. Here, this one driven, can't take a single this time. The ball just dribbles back along the pitch to the bowler. But yes, this pressure on the fielders, and it has paid dividends so far, Lyndon.
Yes, they're definitely running nicely between the wicket and forcing the fielders to commit errors.
Short hit into the offside, straight to the fielder at backward point, though no run of the final delivery of the 7th over. And Wales, who were invited to bat the 19 for 1 at the moment. Ewan Rees, who started who faced the first ball, is on 6. Neil Williams is on 2. The batsman dismissed again. Dave Adams, who was leg before wicket, to Sudesh Daniram for 7. And Danny Ram, the wicket taker, is going to continue to bowl from the northern end of the 4 square oval. Lyndon, this game a very important one in every aspect for both sides, and this is the final round of matches in the preliminary stages of the competition. Been going quite well so far, as Danny Ram right arm over the wicket to Rees, and he's stretching forward onto the front foot to get to the pitch of that delivery, and when he gets there, he's guiding it square on the offside, straight to the fielder there at backward point. No run, still a slip in place, as Danny Ram is seeing Rees driving up to the fielder at cover, the cover a bit deeper in that circle on the offside, and immediately the batsman again showing excellent communication through for the single.
Yes, good run in the field, somewhat deep, and forced him to attack the ball. He didn't attack the ball immediately, and that allowed the batsman to take the single. The alertness between Williams and Reeves is very eminent and very visible for one to see. And Daniel, that is Singh, the fielder there, Shanda Paul Singh, and a little late on it, but he's one of the better fielders in the side.
Here is a tight delivery though from Danny Ram on this side, tight into the middle and leg stump, and the left-handed Williams comes forward, just taps it away into the onside, straight up to this man Shanda Paul Singh. He's always somehow or another, the ball seems to be attracted to him. We've been noticing this even in the two previous matches played by West Indies, but a live wire in the field, Shanda Paul Singh, as Williams is looking to work this ball down to a fine leg area. This one challenging the leg stump. Struck high on the pad and obviously no appeal. Delivery starting outside the leg stump, but most probably going past the leg stump also. As Danny Ram choosing to go over the wicket to the left-handed Williams, and this one he's hitting it down the track on the onside. The bowler in his follow-through picks up, and again we've come to the end of another over. Danny Ram 4 overs, 2 maiden, 6 runs, and he has taken the only wicket. Wales 20 for 1 after 8.
Yes, equal good start for both sides with Danny Ram just having conceded some 6 runs, and Captain Amen has found a new opening partner. Ian Drakes, the left arm pacer, would have opened the bowl in the previous 2 games, but immediately Amen being very consistent, very economical in his spells thus far, and Danny Ram coming in and hitting the straps right away. But I've been very impressed with the way that Williams and Reeves in particular are going about building this innings. They're prepared to take on the fielders who are sitting back on top of the 30-yard circle. And you remember at this age of their career, this time of mother time we call it, they're not as fleet-footed as they used to be maybe 20, 25, 30 years ago. We're going to have the first bowling change as William Lashley, the right-arm off-spin, is going to take it up, and he's going to replace Captain Zamin Amin.
So Amin 4 overs for 12 runs, no maiden. And Lashley, right arm off spin, first delivery is full, driven out through extra cover, long chase around for the man from deep cover. He won't be able to catch it before it goes across the rope for good looking runs to Ewan Reed.
And he continues to look the part. He looks very testy. I like to call it test material. Coming onto the front, stroking that one from Lashley, over pitch, through the coverage, and all along the carpet. Beautiful shot.
Very lush outfield here at the 4 Square Oval to Linden. I did go out to the middle before the start of play, and the first thing I noticed was the lushness of the outfield. But the ball seems to be traveling across it quite well. Lashley rees onto the front foot, goes down the onside of the pitch. Lashley actually loses his footing as he makes an attempt to come across and field, but the ball traveling up to mid-on where that man Shanda Paul Singh is, and there's no run. Jerkily coming onto the front foot is Rees on this occasion, and pushing it on the offside of the pitch now. The total remains 24 for 1. Over number 9 in progress. William Lashley in his first over. Outside the off stump, looking to chop it away down behind point is Lees. Doesn't make contact into the gloves of the impressive Anthony Sahadio, the wicketkeeper for West Indies. Number 186 on his back. It's interesting to 186. One wonders if there's a story behind this number. We don't normally see 3-digit numbers for cricketers, for cricket jerseys, but it is not that it is being unheard of, but it is not normal to see cricket jerseys with 3 digits. And this 186, it will be interesting to find out from Sahadio when we get the opportunity if it has any significance to him. In the meantime, that over has come to an end. William Lashley's first, and cost him 4 runs. And the Wales team now after 9 overs are 24 for 1. Danny Ram is going to continue from the northern end, the rum factory end. I guess if we had to name them, the one end, the rum factory, occupying the area north and east of the playing strip. On the pads, this one is running down just into a leg slip position. Will and Brian Johnson loping around from first slip. Picks up. There is no run. And then, so the southern end of the ground, I would like to call the Hopefield end, Lyndon, as this one is driven up to mid-off, straight to Ian Drake's no run. But Hopefield, the Hopefield plantation, the residence and the property of the owner of the Four Square Rum Distillery, the distinguished horse racing. One would have to say personality.
Owner and icon.
Well, icon. Yes, that's a good word. The iconic Sir David Seals.
So safe to say that he can stay from his home and look across to his business. Or vice versa.
Right. I mean, I want to imagine back in the days of the sugar plantation, where the owner would have, as you said, from that position, elevated position, would have been able to look across and look all the way around his the vast expanse of his property. And even now, Sir David is able to look down on us here at the Pickwick Pavilion. But Lyndon Yard, very much a horse racing man. It's almost quite interesting. Do you think that you are better known for horse racing or for cricket, Lyndon Yard? Having the distinction of being a renowned commentator in both fields?
I think that both sports has their own personalities and own supporters. But if I have to take it back, I'll take a better known for the cricket in the cricketing arena, since horse racing is more shared among commentators as opposed to cricket is one commentator normally at the venue.
And of course, you've never been known to ride a horse, to be a groom, to be an owner. Just talking about horse racing, but we've known that you've been involved in cricket for basically all your life. I mean, playing the game before transferring to commentary.
Well, funny enough, coming up as a youngster, it was cricket and horse racing as the two sports in Barbados. Football was just behind those. And with cricket being the number one player sports on a Saturday, horse racing also running on a Saturday, I wanted to be a jockey as a youngster, but unfortunately, my parents couldn't afford for me to go to a training school where horses are concerned. And then the next best option was, it's so easy then to get into cricket because at school it's only cricket and football and not horse racing. So I took to cricket then, and then as I got older then and moved away from cricket, then I ventured into the racing aspect in terms of commentating. I rode a horse once, and I tell you, when I got on rein, my feet were trembling in those stirrups, and the stirrups are so small. So I would criticize the jockey. It's a hard task, you gotta love it to do it. But when my knees were trembling in the stirrups, you can imagine a jockey on a horseback, approximately 1,200 pounds, and basically with those 1,200 pounds, you are trying to control the animal on a fraction of a piece of steel that has only your big toe and your next toe, your index toe, in the steel. So your whole feet is not in the steels, and to control a horse traveling at 35-40 miles an hour, gotta be mad going around in circles.
So what we're going to do, Lyndon, after 10 overs with the total 25 for one, we're going to switch duties, and I am going to take up your position, you take up mine, to continue with the ball by ball.
Well, here's Lashley on the way into Bolt to Williams, and the outside in the off stump and allowed to go by through to the keeper, Anthony Sahodeo, or Radindra Sahodeo. There is no run. As now Williams comes on the front. The question is asked by Sahodeo. I'm sure he would apologize to the umpire. And the total remains 25 for 1. Wales being asked to bat first. It's approximately just about coming around to 10:30 in Barbados as Lashley's in short, and there's a David pull through mid wicket. We'll go close to the boundaries. We're running down the hill. The fielder from long on is onto it just about now. They're going to turn, they come back for 2. Will they look for 3? They're going to go for 3. The return comes in, and they take 3. So well run 3 there to Williams. And with that 3, Williams will move to 6. And Rees has 11 against his name. 28 for 1. And this is over number 11. William Lashley having sent no 1.4 overs, no meters, none for 7 of right arm off spin. And before play started, we had a moment's silence for one of the players from Wales who would have lost his dad. And we offer our heartfelt condolences as Lashley's in flat and fast, and onto the back foot goes Reeves and plays it out to the fielder. That is none other than Mangali, who had a horrible time in the field last Friday at BNOC. He dropped no fewer than 3 catches. Here's a David driven and goes right through the fielder at cover point. They'll take 1, they're going to come back for 2. And will they look for three? Onto it goes number 54. That's Hussein. The return comes in and they run three. So poor bit of feeling by Captain Zamin Amin. He went down on his knees like boys to men. And somehow the ball still found a way to get through the long barrel style that he went down. And at the completion of over number 11, it is 31 for the loss of one. Reeves has 14. Williams has 6 against his name. Lashley, he's now sent on 2 overs, no minutes, none for 10. And Danny Ram haven't sent on 5 overs, 2 minutes, 1 for 7. We wait to see whether he's going to continue. It looks as though we're going to have a bowling change. Ian Drakes has pulled his cap off and is now having a word
to reveal a shiny bald head.
So it looks as though he's going to come from this end. And Wayne, did you get an opportunity to introduce our scores to the world?
Well, no. I should first of all apologize for my tardiness.
You know, we can't do it without them.
But that's it. Nothing. The cricket, a game of numbers, and the scores are very, very important. Let's welcome Paul Stevens from the Wales side, who has been very, very cooperative and very, very helpful all morning. So he is the stranger in the crowd, and away to his left, we have none other than Amelia Crick. Well, we know her as Mimi.
Yeah.
Our Mimi.
Resident score.
At the Pickwick Club.
Yeah.
So she is very much at home. And of course, we would like to thank them for the excellent service that they will provide for the remainder of the day. And then we talked about this match, though, the importance of this match. And I think we can bring it into perspective. Now, in this zone, this group, we have the United States, India,
already qualified for the cup.
West Indies, and Wales. And as you mentioned, on the results that have gone so far, the United States, by the virtue of winning both of their matches, have basically qualified for the next for the playoff stage. Now you have a situation where India and West Indies have one win apiece
and a loss.
Well, a win and a loss apiece, and the Wales team yet to get off the mark. But a very interesting scenario is possible if the United States are able to beat India today.
Well, Drake starts in left arm around the wicket. His first is wide was in the off stump and signaled by umpire Jermaine Prescott. And that square leg is Dave Thompson. And both of these umpires win must be fairly close to making the international debut. I believe by now that they should very much be button bung behind the Gregory Brathwaite along with Leslie Reeford Jr. and Jonathan Blaze. These can't be far behind, Wayne.
Well, yes, these are, I think, in those elevated positions, just on the threshold, one would have to say.
Hovering.
Good, right, good choice. And obviously, Lyndon, a situation that I'll talk about after this delivery.
They be short and pull by Reeves up to the mid-on fielder who goes down on his knees and they take one. So another run achieved, run number 32 as Danny Ram, the fielder there, Swedish Danny Ram, 33 for one.
I think one of
I think I was behind.
I think one of the things that may be delaying these guys' entry up to the next level is the fact that not a lot of regional first class and list A cricket has been played in Barbados for quite a while.
Yes, I agree. I agree with you.
I think that is basically what is holding them back, and we expect that to change sometime in the very near future. We did go through the period of the pandemic where all the restrictions may have not allowed for smooth a competition in Barbados at the time, but now that things have become a lot more open, we've been freed up again, more or less. It will be interesting to see whenever the West Indies come a calling to Barbados again, whether these gentlemen will get a look in.
Drake is in to bowl to Williams outside in the off stump, well taken there by Sahadeo, wide signal by umpire Prescott, so another one to the total. 34 for a loss of one. Getting back to the connotations, Wayne, with this group, where should Wales defeat the West Indies, it means that Wales will lose 2 and win 1. West Indies will also lose 2 and win 1. And should the USA defeat India, it means then that the Indian side would also lose two and win one. So it could come very well comes down to run rate for that final position.
Yeah, so some interesting scenarios are developing as the day. Of course, we will endeavor to keep you, the viewers and the listeners, up to date with some of the goings on in the other matches across the island, both in this zone and the other.
So here is Drake's left arm around the wicket into bowl to Williams. And Williams getting been cut set. Beautiful shot. Knocked down by Hussein. And they take one. So short outside in the awesome. Williams cutting hard. Looks the part. So does Reed. So 37 for the loss of one. This is over number 13. Was it number 12? Number 12 at 10:35. So we're bathed with sunshine. We're in a cool afternoon. Nice cool morning. Nice breeze.
A lot of that cloud of which you spoke earlier has also dissipated.
And the smell of rum, Wayne.
Yeah, see.
Quite so early in the morning. Drakes is in to bowl to Reeves will be outside of the yard. So looks to get cute. Looks to run it down to third man. Doesn't make any contact. Taken cleanly by the keeper. The end of over number 12. Invited to bat first. Wales desperate for a win here. They're 37 for 1.
Well, there I was wondering why it was that Paul, our scorer, it has been inhaling so deeply. Now I understand.
Well, in fairness to him, his right hand is heavily bandaged, which means he can only inhale what he's inhaling rather than to partake in it.
Maybe we could ask him if he has sampled the product on his visit and what are his impressions. Maybe later you can ask at some time.
Well, he's giving the thumbs up with a hurt hand, so so no need to ask it again. And when it's almost unheard of to come to the Caribbean and don't partake in some sort of liquor. Remember when I went to England, we took up several bottles. I won't mention the for the purpose of using an ad. And when we went into the pubs, we played several games around the grounds, and we distributed a 750 bottle per as Lashley's in the break. Outside in the yard, something Williams slaps it to the field that cover, and there's no run. And we distributed the ball as a friendly gesture, and it was well accepted. And immediately they put down all the pugs of drinks, the pugs of drinks that they were drinking. They be launched wide of the long on position, will run close to the mid wicket boundary. The field is after it from the long on position. They take one and to come back for two. The return is in, so 2 runs achieved. Run number 39 for loss of 1. And in handing over our drinks, they gladly accepted or look at and ask where did it come from, because it's so strong what we have here compared to what they have in England, and they really they devoured it in a hurry. They couldn't get enough.
Well, we talked about here at the Four Square Oval, at the Four Square Distillery, but I think we can actually say the same thing for Barbados. Barbados famous for cricket, sea, sun, and rum. Outside the all-stop, single, picked up here by Williams as I think of coming for a second, but I guess discretion gets the better of valor on this occasion, and they chose to stay at home. But this pair, Lyndon, have gone along quite unperturbed, more or less. Both of them hitting the ground running, and haven't been in a lot of danger. Of course, the pitch itself has a very, very bland, almost lifeless surface, so it should make batting that much easier. But we're going to see Lashley now bowling to the right-handed Rees, and he is onto the front foot to delivery. Pushed through by Lashley. Lashley known for his variations of a flight and a pace. Here we call it a type of bowling or spin. We call it pushing and pulling. He's going to flight up the occasional one. He's going to bowl the other one flat. He's going to take the pace off. He's going to put the pace on. Quite a variety, William Lashley.
As he brings Reeves forward, and he finds the man with number 54 on his back. That is Hussein, who's patrolling that backward point position. So a short third man backward point, cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, and there's a sweeper on the cover boundary who's now going to come into play. He has a long run across to his left, at least 15 meters, and the batsman come back for 2. So with those 2, Reeves is up to 15.
Now 17-42 for loss of 1. And they're going nicely along, Wayne, in 13 overs.
Well, that was a beautiful shot. I mean, he only got 2 for it, but just easing into the drive, just stroking it sweetly, and the ball really coming off the bat with a nice sound. The fielder at the deep cover intercepting, but I really enjoyed that particular shot.
So Drake's about to start over number 14. He wants the square leg to move. He wants the fielder on the point boundary. Is he going to go to third man? It looks as though he's going to go to third man. So he has a slip in position. Or is he going to go to fine leg? He has a long one across. And I think they have to be mindful of the age factor. As a predominantly offside field, he's operating with a 6-3 field. Now make it a 6-3. Fine leg in position, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover, extra cover, point, short third man, and a slip. He's into ball to Williams, and Williams thinks about cutting, allows it to go by, taken by Sahadeo. There's no run. As usual, Wayne, the Wales side, half of the side is patrolling the boundary to take in some of the sunshine. And I was speaking to one of the players when he left home. He said it was 15. And anytime we get 15, it'll be 3, 15, 4, 15, or 5, 15. It'll be outside of the or some cutting a miss. As Drakes is angling the ball across Williams. And he's opting to use the left leg, Wayne, rather than the right leg. He's using the right leg, the left leg, rather than using the right leg to go to the ball. So he's getting himself in a squarish position. Drakes left arm around the wicket to bowl to Williams, and Williams again runs this one down to the field at short third man. Lashley doesn't field cleanly, and Williams gets off the strike. So Williams is up to 17, 43 for the loss of 1, and this is over number 14 in the big man cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup. Up for grabs.
Williams, like most left-handed batsmen, looking to get on the leg side of the ball, trying to access the ball by making room towards the leg side, towards square on the onside. So hence that particular movement that you would have identified.
43 for 1. Reeves on strike. He has 17 against his name. As Drake is into him, he gets a bit down the leg side. And fielded by Hussein, who comes in from backward square. And let's wait and see. There's a signal of a leg by from umpire Tremaine Prescott. 1 more to the total. Wales invited the bat first and desperate for a win. 44 for 1.
Yes, Lyndon, we were speaking about the distinction between batter and batsman. But I've also noticed now with the increased presence of the fairer sex in the game, you also just talked about third man. I'm noticing that there's another term I'm being introduced on the international stage. I've heard it quite a lot.
We'll get back to that. This delivery is cut. Beautiful shot and knocked down by William Lashley at that backward point position, and the batsman still have enough time to take 1. So as Paul clicks another tick on his computer, Mimi makes adjustment to hers. She's had her share of problems with the computer all morning, Wayne.
She got computers.
Yeah, she has computers. The interesting question is, how much of those computers are hers?
Well, she's got 2 computers and a monitor, just 2 hands.
And two cell phones. And 2 cell phones. She has 3. Here is Drake's on the way to bowl to Reeves. And this delivery is driven to the point. My favorite player, Shanda Paul's singers onto it. Right arm leg spinner. And in the meantime, the batsman complete 1. So over number 14, done and dusted. Wales asks to bat first in a must-win game against the West Indies, who must also win. They are 46 for 1.
Well, yes, Lyndon, again, you were talking about the third man, but with the advent, and as I said, the increased presence of the female cricketers and the broadcasters, I've noticed now they have now been referring to that position we used to call third man as just third. There's no man involved.
So let me take it a step further, Wayne. What if it's a third woman?
Well, no, it's just like I asked, what if I said battership rather than batsmanship?
But a third woman can literally put you in trouble.
Well, a third woman, I mean, a second woman already would put you in trouble.
46 for the loss of 1. You aren't missing any cricket as over number 15 is about to begin. I will give you some bowling figures momentarily. Williams, he set down 3 overs, no minutes, none for 15. That is William Lashley. And Ian Drakes,
2 overs, no meters, none for 9. So Lashley will continue right arm off spin, operating from the Hopefield end as we have rechristened it here. Right arm over the wicket and onto the front foot come Reeves and steers it out to Brian Johnson, who's patrolling that backward point position. And there's no run. Point in captain Zaman Amin. Reeves stretches forward, plays the ball in the air for a bit.
There we see Lashley with this variety, just taking the pace off and actually deceiving the batsman. That ball
He was
coming
actually playing
off
for pace.
And the ball coming off the leading edge, yes.
Lashley turns. Reeves goes past umpire Thompson to bowl to Reeves, and Reeves is coming forward, gets a delivery on a good length. I would think that is about the 4-meter mark. And he stabs it into the leg side where a 4 short leg would be. There is no run, so the field for Lashley is a backward point. There's a gully backward point cover, extra cover on the boundary. Mid-off, this delivery slapped out to that fielder on the extra cover point, extra cover position, 3/4 of the way. And they take one, run number 47, so Wales inching closer to the 50. And given their scores, I think they scored 101 for 7 in a defeat to India in the first game at Police. And then they only got 90 odd, I think, against England. They took a hammering, chasing down 204. And at 47 for 1, they're doing much better in the circumstances.
And of course, enjoying the lovely conditions that exist here
as
at
Lashley,
the Foursquare Oval. They can't help but continue to speak about.
As Lashley just brings Williams forward, who now has decided that he's going to play the sheet anchor role. He has 14 against his name, having faced some 32 deliveries. Reeves at the non-strikers end on 19 from 40. Lashley between the umpire and the stumps, and Williams is going to cross the line as a people like before and given. He went right across the line, weighing a naughty shot, and it's been given out leg before wicket by umpire Dave Thompson. And you can call it the commentator's curse because they said it was going nicely along 47 for 1, and suddenly it becomes 47 for 2 with Williams playing an unbelievable shot.
Well, Williams guilty of playing across the line of the delivery. The right arm off spinner coming around the wicket. And from my position here, I would like to believe that Lashley would have gotten that ball to straighten once it pitched, because from around the wicket, the natural angle should be taking the ball down towards the leg stump or outside leg stump, but that one pitched right up, and I believe probably getting it to straighten somewhat Lashley. And Williams guilty, as I said, of playing across the line and struck and given by the umpire.
Yeah, I thought it was a delivery that it was close enough to him as well. Maybe the 2-meter mark where he could just stretch forward, throw the right leg at the delivery and short the ball through the offside.
So,
but once he was on top of the crease, he made it very, very easy for the umpire. So the water break comes up, and they can give you a recap of what's happened thus far, where the West Indies in a must-win game won the toss and asked Wales to bat first. And Wales, at the present moment, 47 for the loss of 2 with Ian Reeves not out on 19. The new batsman is Mike Cann, and having just lost the wicket of Williams moments ago. And William Lashley now 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 16. And Ian Drake's 2 overs, no maidens, none for 9. So, much must-win situation as we take a break. And Wayne, I'm going to leave it to you to do our first interview for the day.
Well, yes, we welcome the manager of the Wales side, the Welsh side, Paul Donovan, for joining us here. Of course, as Linda mentioned, we've taken a refreshment break. Paul, first of all, let me welcome you to, well, you've been in Barbados for a while now. Welcome you to Barbados and to the Foursquare Oval.
Yes, we've had a great welcome here since we've been here. Wherever we've gone, people have welcomed us with open arms from the Welsh. You know, for some reason they like the Welsh over here, and it's been great. All the locals, the people have been absolutely fantastic with us, and we've had a real good time so far. Cricket not so much, but outside the cricket we've had a real good time so far.
Well, of course, historically you know of the connection between Barbados and the United Kingdom over many, many years, and I don't know if you're aware of it, but we used to pride ourselves in being called Little England.
Yes, right, yes.
Very much so. So I guess what similarities though you come to Barbados. I noticed that. Well, I would happen to know that a lot of, for instance, our architecture and our setup is quite English. Have you observed that? Is it something that you would have noticed?
Well, from a Welsh point of view, I think the main similarity is obviously the weather. The last week, there's been a lot of rain, especially on our games. So we get a lot of that back home. But obviously, with the way that the grounds dry out here with the warm weather, you get different games, different outfields, different tracks, and it's been good. Today's track looks like the best we've had.
Well, I've noticed that you and your guys have been really sucking up.
Yeah.
The warm weather, the sunshine. You've already walked around the ground a couple of times.
Yeah, it's good because we're here to play cricket at the end of the day. With all the rain-affected games that we've had, we've managed to get games in, which has been, in all fairness, to the ground staff. The ground staff have worked really hard to get the games on,
Yeah, we started the day, though, with a touch of sadness, and I think you can bring us up to date. Apparently, you have had a death, tragedy within the Wales family. Could you?
Yeah, one of our players, Mark Davis, plays for Gerwin. On Tuesday morning when we were training for our first session, ready for our first game on the Wednesday, had a call from home to say his dad had taken a turn for the worst, and they called in the family. So he decided to go home to be by his side, and it was touch and go whether he would get home to be by his side. And we're all glad to say that Mark Davis got home to be with his dad, Peter. And when he passed away on Friday evening, Mark was there with him. A little bit of fact around Peter. Peter was married to Dorothy for 55 years, and brought up Mark and his brother Barry. Went to a fair standard of cricket and supported all the way through. And him and his wife was always around the grounds in South Wales. He played cricket and rugby himself in Neath and in the metal box. And he was very supportive of both Barry and Mark, and we're just glad that Mark was able to get home and be by his side when he passed away. So,
well, just to report that Wales have lost a third wicket, and that the very important wicket too of Ewan Rees, getting a short delivery from Drakes, and I think the ball ricocheting from the upper thigh pad onto the stumps. Quite unfortunate dismissal for Rees, bowled by Ian Drakes for 19. He faced some 41 deliveries and struck the 1-4, and the Wales now 47 for 3. The new batsman being Chris Richards going to the middle, and he'll be joining Michael Khan. Neither batsman yet off the mark. So yes, Paul, as I said, we hear from the commentary team, and of course the entire West Indies fraternity would want to wish our sincere condolences to you, the team, to Mark and the likes. I hope it has not put too much of a damper on your tour, though, and may you continue to enjoy.
Yeah, in all fairness, all the countries have all sent messages to myself, which I've passed on to Mark. And Mark has come back to me and asked me to thank all the countries and the management teams for their deepest sympathies.
And as Lyndon would have mentioned earlier, we did observe a minute of silence in respect of the passing.
That's at all grounds today. That is in all fairness to all the other countries as well.
Well, okay. Well, there it goes across the gauntlet. But again, your chances here, you've lost your two matches, and you're hoping to pull off a victory and somehow or another.
Yeah, we looked at the pitch today, and I think we'd have batted first if we'd won the toss, which we didn't. So we put us in, and we thought we'd be able to get a score and try and defend it. Obviously, we just lost Ewan, which is one of our best bats in this form of cricket. So now we've got to rebuild again now, 41 for 3. But these guys are all good players. It's just getting used to the tracks. That's our main concern at the moment. It's a little bit sticky. Not used to these wickets back home, and the guys are finding them a little bit difficult to play on. So, but we get in there, and one of these guys will get a total today, and I'm sure we get a total to be able to defend.
And about the competition, the standard of the cricket which you've encountered.
The standard of this over 50s is always is immense. A lot of people who come and play for the first time in this standard after be playing minor county cricket or even professional cricket, and they come and see the standard, and they just say, wow, 50 years of age and the standard that we play in, they just get blown away. The fact that, because they don't realise the standard, they thought there'd be a few old men having a little knock and throwing a ball up in the air. You know what I mean? And they've seen the training regime. The training regimes that some of the countries are doing, it's outstanding. And it's keeping people fit and healthy for going on into your old age.
And how prominent is Masters cricket back in the United Kingdom? Here in Barbados, it is something very limited, I would have to say. Despite what you see here, we've got good quality players, but there is not a widespread involvement of persons over a certain age, at least not specifically in Masters cricket, maybe scattered across the different levels of the game. How prominent is Masters
in
cricket?
the UK, we play it in English counties. Wales has got one side, but then there are numerous county sides then. I think we talk around about 40 counties, maybe more, I'm not sure off the top of my head. But it's a good standard, and that's what we play in every year. Wales are developing fastly. Whether we'll get perhaps a North Wales and a South Wales in the future to play in this competition is another thing, because we are developing. We've doubled our members in the last 4 to 5 years since this the over 50s World Cup has been started, and all of a sudden it's just developing. It is the most prominent age group, other than that under 8s or 9s level, and women cricket in our country at the moment.
And what would you see as the benefits to the overall cricket product in any particular country to have persons of your vintage and they like still very much actively involved?
Well, the likes of our setup, the Wales players, most of our guys have all been coaches in our clubs, chairman, secretaries on committee, volunteers, and running junior sides throughout. So this age group has got a little bit more in for them. When they become 50, they play another competitive cricket. They got to get themselves fit, because other guys around them the same age are getting themselves fitter. So it's from their point of view with health and well-being, it is making them a lot fitter, a lot able to play at a better standard for their clubs. But also they put something back into the cricket, and they go back and talk to the youngsters from the clubs to say what they're involved with at this age. And people are not finishing now at 35 years of age. They want to keep playing. They want to keep playing because they know they can play till they're 60, 70 years of age.
Well, yes, and of course your summer conditions allow for a wider expanse of time in which to participate. I mean, you would have noticed how quickly the evenings close here.
Yes.
In the West Indies. Of course, that is because of this particular time of year, because in the earlier months, the first 6 months of the year, it is completely different. Our days last a lot longer, but I think that those long summer days make it much easier for you to be able to get people continuing to participate.
Yeah, we most of our games are started around about the midday-ish, and they finish around the 6-7 o'clock, so it allows people to go and do other things as well. But the standard back home in England and Wales, especially at this level, the England 50s look very strong again, and they're missing a few key players. So they got to be up there as favourites for this tournament. We haven't been drawn against them yet, so whether we don't think we'll actually get to play them now, but they look strong, and they strong fitness regime as well, so they look strong.
Well, Paul, it has been a pleasure having you join us and enlightening us with the information you have given. We wish you and the Wales team the best of luck, and of course, most importantly, do continue to enjoy the pleasures that Barbados have to offer. Yeah. Thank you very much once again. Paul Donovan, the manager of the Welsh team here in this Big Man Cricket Over 50s Caribbean Cup. And again, we also like to extend our condolences to you and the squad.
Thank you very much.
So thanks to Paul, and we get back to some action on the field. Where Wales have progressed to 51 for 3 now to relatively new batsmen at the crease. Chris Richards on yet to get off the mark, and Mike Khan on four. We are into the 18th over of the innings, Lyndon, but couple of important strikes for West Indies, because that partnership between Rees and Williams was beginning to look quite dangerous. After this delivery from Ian Drake's left arm around and pushing the batsman onto the back foot and dropping it away into the onside dot. So yes, Lyndon, I was suggesting that quite West Indies needed to break that partnership. Drakes is on the off stump and jumping as he played the shot is Richards. No run pushed into the offside, so we have had Rees bowled by Drakes for 19, bowled off the body. Dave Adams leg before wicket to Sunish Daniram for 7, and Neil Williams leg before wicket to William Lashley for 14. The wickets to fall as this one is pitched right up. An appeal for leg before wicket and is given. Not offering a shot, a strange way of playing that delivery. The Richards, that ball pitched right up it, and the batsman, he almost seemed deceived, not able to get his bat down in time, struck on the pad without playing a shot, and the umpire had little hesitation in giving the decision. Well, from a very promising position, that second wicket partnership really promised things, but no, they are losing. The second wicket fell with what was the total at the fall of the second wicket, Paul? 47. They've lost some 3 wickets for the addition of only 4 runs, and the innings definitely in need of some repair by the pair at the wicket now. Malith Madhur Singh, the new batsman coming to the crease, number 72, joining Mike Khan. And as I said, these two charged with the responsibility of rebuilding the innings. If Wales are to set a target, any challenging target or substantial target for West Indies to face. This is over number 18. We've got one delivery left in the 18th over. And Ian Drake's picking up his second wicket, 2 for 9, 3.5 overs, and a maiden. Not opening the bowling today as he had in the 2 previous games, but he's seemingly to get the ball. It looks as if he's getting the ball to swerve around in the air. That delivery, I'm sure, would have blown back in from outside the off stump. I think it's not to do with the stiff breeze that is coming across the ground that is assisting that movement into the right-hander away from the left-handed batsman. This first delivery is one pitching and really taking off. Drake's now with his tail up, putting in the extra effort. That's it. The ball bursting through the gloves and ricocheting up to the fielder at first slip. So Drake's comes to the end of a successful over for him and for West Indies, and Wales in need of some rebuild are 51 for 4. Madhur Singh, who's just come to the wicket and faced the one ball, not yet off the mark, and Mike Khan, he's on 4. William Lashley, the all spinner. First delivery is floated up outside the all stump. And looking for a drive is Can. Gets it square up to Brian Johnson, just behind point. Right arm around the wicket is Lashley. This one on the legs and turned into the onside straight to that fielder there at mid wicket. That fielder being Farid Hussain, as this delivery is pushed down on the onside and getting himself in a bit of a tangle there, Akan, but successfully negotiating. They're going to have a word. I think it may be an injury. In fact, the ball might have come off the glove or the top edge into the face, and he is going to be coming off the field. Mike Can, unfortunately, it seems as if that ball ricocheted up into the area of his face. We don't know exactly where the injury was occurred. He is walking unattended off the field, but I think he observes that somewhere in the area of the mouth, the chin, or in the area of the mouth, as I said, he is on his feet and helping himself off the field. I think he's going to receive some attention, some ice being applied, so it doesn't immediately appear as if he is going to be retiring by any means. Just a matter of looking to do a bit of repair, but unfortunately, it seems to be minor damage. But yes, so he is going to be resuming his innings after some ice having been applied. In the meantime, the total remains on 51 for 4 in halfway through the 19th over, and I think we may need to have that area patched. I think someone asking for some plaster. There's some area to get that particular area patched. So unfortunately, Mike Can, having been struck in the face by a delivery from Lashley, which I think ricocheted off the glove, maybe the shoulder of the bat as he looked to play a defensive shot, and he was going to. I think we're going to apply a bit of plaster. So as I said, just a slight interruption in the play. Lyndon, we. Well, all is well that ends well, and Kian has resumed his innings, and Lashley's next delivery to him is one again, floated up outside the off stump, the batsman onto the front foot, and the ball spinning past the outer edge of the bat. Short off the back foot, playing with a vertical bat, punching it square on the outside, but straight to the fielder. Some good teamwork between Mirage and Johnson, one in front of point, the other behind point, respectively, as Lashley is into Cannon is hitting this one high over the extra cover area. They're going to collect at least a couple of runs. The ball pitches and plugs haven't been hit as high as it was. And into a wide open space, though, no danger in the shot, well over the infield, and bringing the over to a completion with a couple of runs is Can takes his total up to 6. And we've had some 19 overs completed. Wales, invited to bat by West Indies, are 53 for 4.
Made use of the helmet, but only for the next 3 or 4 games. Because then when you get to the wicket, you look at the wicket, looks like it offers no terror, or the ball attack looks like they have no terror in it whatsoever. Then it is how you feel comfortable, but I guess prevention is better than cure.
Well, Lyndon, you and I are different ages. There's a age difference between the two of us. Me being the more senior, and we would have played the game in different eras. Now, in the era that I played cricket, helmets were for postmen and other motorcycle riders. We didn't use helmets. As a matter of fact, when helmets began to make their presence into the game, I was on my way out. And one of the things that prompted me to decide to call it quits is that I was playing a game at the famous Empire Club in Bank Hall. As you know, Lyndon, Empire, the tracks of Empire has always been known for their pace and the bounce. And I was facing up to the likes of Patterson Thompson and the guy Winston Downs. These were really express fast bowlers. And for the first time in my life, I felt in danger. And I was prompted to wear a helmet. After that, I told myself, if I'm going to have to wear a helmet to play cricket, I could as well stop. And I'm not a postman. So I didn't. So that prompted my retirement from active cricket, because I didn't see how I was going to be able to play cricket if I had to wear a helmet. So it was either a choice, either wear a helmet or stop. And I decided to take the second option. Edged past the first slip, running down to third man, fielder coming around, not able to get it. 4 runs, streaky boundary for the left-handed Madhura Singh as the ball coming off the outside edge, falling to the right of the first slip fielder. Well, actually, two slips in place now, running down to a fine third man position. So Madhura Singh off the mark with a boundary. Not in, well, yes, not intentional, but valuable. As Drake's left arm around the wicket to the left-handed Madhura Singh, and this time he's easily coming onto the front foot. That ball hit in the middle of the bat. It's interesting. This game of cricket could be quite ironic. We saw a delivery hitting the outside edge and running for 4. The next delivery hits the middle of the bat, the sweet part of the bat, and nothing to be gained by it. Short on the hip, looking to work it away into the onside. Gets it no further than a couple of meters in front of him, in the just forward of square. Again, no run. It remains 57 for 4. Just to bring you a couple of updates from some of the other matches going on in this cricket. West Indies Masters Association Big Man Cricket Over 50s Caribbean Cup. Pushed back along the track. Another delivery bowled into the pitch by Drakes. So in the game USA versus India, we have a situation where the USA are 54 for 4 from 14 overs. That's the. I can refresh, and still 54 for 4 from 15 overs. In the other zone, West Indies A versus England. West Indies A 77 for 3 from 26 overs, and of course we know this is Wales and West Indies here at 4 square, and for some reason or another, I'm getting UAE supposedly batting first versus Canada, but no scores, none for none. Okay, now I've been informed that that match not yet started. In fact, due to get going in about 15 minutes at 11:30. So.
Singh into the attack. Right arm leg spin. Really think this is your final over. Then Kurt Strong will jump in the hot seat.
Well, yes, over. As a matter of fact, I should have been out of the seat at the start of the 21st over, but we will be welcoming Kirk Strawn to the commentary as he's bowled the first ball from Singh, short delivery, and Kian on the back foot looking to help himself to some goodies. Well, that's it. I thought the ball kept fairly low, and I think what would have surprised the batsman is the lack of pace from Shanda Paul, who we know well, very little, bounced very little. And unfortunately, Kian has to come back, bowled for four. It's now 57 for five. The Wales innings in danger of disintegrating. And I will obviously take the opportunity to welcome the rather. I was going to talk something about the area of the midriff, but nonetheless, the inimitable Kirk Strawn.
Wales haven't been in play the bat first. They only got 101 for 7 in their first game. They went under. And then they got 90 in their second game. And also went under. And they definitely need a victory here. Kurt, let's say good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, Lyndon. Good morning to all the viewers. Good morning to all the listeners here at the. It's nice to be here at the Pickwick Oval, the four square oval, where the conditions, Lyndon, look picture perfect for cricket. I think these are the best conditions we've had all tournament in terms of the weather and scenery. But it things not really looking good for Wales.
They were 47 for 2 and going nicely. And all of a sudden they seem to have self-destruct.
57 for 5 as Chandra Paul Singh, Boza David, is bringing the batsman onto the front for a somewhat stifled appeal coming from the keeper and Chandra Paul Singh himself. I can tell you that the batsman, Peasley, he's yet to open his account, and with him is Madhura Singh, who's at the non-strikers end. He's got 4. He's faced some 7 deliveries. And the Wales team in a spotter ball in the 57 for 5, yes, definitely in a spotter border. Needing a big partnership here. Delivery which is swung through the forward square region. It looks like the fielder coming off the forward square boundary in the number 50 jersey. Mangali. As the score goes up by 1 more to 58 for 5. 58 for 5, Lyndon. And I was mentioning it to Wayne as he was going off here that the delivery that got the wicket for Singh was probably his worst delivery all tournament. Looking for a partnership here as Shanda Paul Singh operating from the southern end of the ground, tosses the ball from hand to hand, jumps, delivers, balls a wayward delivery down the leg side. No shot offered by the batsman, and the batsmen have no intentions of taking any single as Brian Johnson from first slip retrieves. So Lyndon, the Wales team definitely need to get something in the W column. There's a delivery driven sweetly into the onside. Passing man at backward square. They've gone for 1. They're coming back for the second. They'll have to hurry, but it's a really weak return. Although striking the stumps, the batsman comfortably completing 2 runs. So 2 to Madhura Singh. He goes up to 6, and the Wales team are 60 for 5. We're in the course of over the 21st over. His current run rate, Lyndon, 2.9. As Chandra Paul Singh passes umpire Dave Thompson. And at the end of over number 21, with the Wales team still in a spot of bother, Madhura Singh, he's on 6, and with him is Paisley, he's got 1. There are 60 for 5. Yes, the USA team they've been doing very well, and they're batting at the top of the order. Lyndon is very entertaining and enterprising. So definitely no surprise there that they're at the top of the standings in Zone A. And as we head into the 22nd over, it's going to be bowled by Ian Drakes. Before this, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 13. So it's been a good spell by Drakes thus far. Yeah, it usually will be very expensive with the new ball. So the captain, some changes, some tactical changes being made. And so far, they seem to be paying dividends for the West Indies side as Drakes from the northern end of the ground passes umpire Tremaine Prescott. Bowls a short delivery to the batsman Paisley, who seems a bit uncomfortable there, landed into the ribs, and he didn't look at all very comfortable. Especially, especially in St. Philip, because it usually takes an ambulance about half an hour at least to get here. 60 for 5 as Drakes on his way into bowl another short delivery, which is played this time a little bit more technically into the offside there. He was getting on top of the bunks, no flinching at all there, Lynn, and be given that room outside the awesome. He was able to get on top of the delivery, steered it into the backward point region, and he goes up to 2 in Paisley and brings back Madhura Singh, who's got 6 onto strike as the score goes up to 61 for 5, Lyndon. 61 for 5 as Drakes from the northern end of the ground passes the umpire. Now bowls a full delivery, which is driven to the right of the man in at mid-off and gets an easy single. The man in at mid-off in the number 14 jersey, Danny Ram, Sudesh Danny Ram. Lots were depending on him. They were speaking about him last Friday. Lots depending on Danny Ram, so he's welcome now to the 4 square oval, making his first appearance for the West Indies side as the score goes up 62 for 5. His side screen. Yeah, just that breeze coming from the RL Seal Company distillery just to the left of us, Lyndon. And I'm sure the Wales team will participate in some of those beverages at some point during the day. As a leg bye is signaled by umpire Prescott. So one more sundry goes into the scorebook as the score goes up to 63. 63 for 5. Yes, we're in over number 22. And it's being bowled by Ian Drakes. So far, he's picked up some 2 wickets and just conceded 15 runs. He's in his 6th over. He's on his way. Passes the umpire, now bowls a full delivery, which is bringing the batsman Madhura Singh forward. And yet again, he doesn't score. But Madhura Singh, Lyndon, looks technically correct. Against Paisley. Yeah. As Drakes. Final delivery of over number 22, wrapping the batsman on the pad. So at the end of the over, with no runs resulting off that delivery, as the fielder from backward point in Lashley was in rather quickly, the score at the end of over number 22, I can tell you, Lyndon, the Wales team, they are 63 for 5. A dragon. I'm reliably informed by our scorer, Mr. Paul. A dragon. So usually dragons are creatures of tenacity and fight. You've got some fight in this wheel side. I don't know what those hand signals mean.
confidence at the moment with the two results so far. If they need to get a partnership to get anywhere and restore some of the
Definitely needing a partnership and a good result today.
Oh yes, definitely.
Those are the words from our scorer, Mr. Paul Stevens, the Wales scorer. I think he's also the assistant manager. I think his job is going to be on the line, Lyndon. If this story continues along the line that is going. So at the start of over number 23, it will be Shanda Paul Singh to continue before this 1 over for 3 runs. And he's picked up a wicket is ready. A flighty delivery. There's the batsman having a drive outside the off stump. Ball evades Brian Johnson at first slip and runs down to the third man region. Seems like Brian Johnson now has pulled something or done some harm to himself. A bye signal by the umpire, so no bat at all involved. So one more sundry goes into the scorebook as we now see Brian Johnson doing a bit of stretching. Let's hope all is well with Johnson as the score goes up to 64 for 5, Lyndon. Replacing an injured player. So Morris, an injured man, will replace Johnson, the recently injured man. Yeah, immediately some icing. Actually, I believe the magic spray is all mental. 64 for 5 as Johnson makes his way to the pavilion. It's definitely going to seek some treatment from the physiotherapist because he will be needed in this run chase. Most definitely. Actually, there for a moment there, saw the guy coming across the field. I thought he was Andrew Emptage. There's a delivery from Shanda Paul Singh, which is bringing the batsman Madura Singh forward. He's on 7. He's faced some 14 deliveries thus far, and he'll be required to bat deep into this innings. Remember, this is just the 23rd over, Lyndon. They've got all of 50 overs in which to post a respectable target. 45, correction, as a delivery again, bringing the batsman forward. Yet again, Madura Singh doesn't score, Lyndon. Shanda Paul to Madura. Delivery driven sweetly into the offside, down to long on. They've gone for one all along the carpet. Fareed Hussain comes off the long on boundary, lobs his return into Shanda Paul Singh as the score goes up by one more to 65 for 5. Madura Singh, he goes up to 8, brings Paisley, who's got 2 into strike. 2 from some 6 deliveries. As Singh, flighted delivery outside the off stump, steered into the backward point region where it's fielded there by the man. Looks like Morris, the substitute on for Brian Johnson. As Shanda Paul Singh passes umpire Thompson from the southern end of the ground, was a flighted delivery which is swept sweetly into the backward square boundary for 4. A lovely shot there, Lyndon. Flighted delivery, given some air, and immediately into the sweep shot by Paisley. Well, Lyndon, not only the game, but life in general, we've got to start to accept change. And change is one of the few things that's actually constant. So you've just got to go with the flow. I technically don't like the word batter because batter sounds like something from a baseball game, to be quite honest. But it is what it is, and we've just got to work with it. As we head into over number 24, it's going to be bowled by It looks like Mangali coming into the attack. Danny Ram? Yes, Danny Ram is back into the attack. Linden, correction. Starts with a flighted delivery outside the off stump. A bit of turn. But there was the batsman, Madura Singh, coming onto the front foot and equal to the task, steering it into the point region. Another delivery outside the off stump. 5.2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. So he's doing the job for his side. The delivery which is driven back to the bowler, back along the track. Yet again, no run resulting. This so far been some tight stuff being served up here by the right arm off spin of Danny Ram. Suresh Danny Ram in for his first game. Yes, he a representative of Guyana. Some said a bit unfortunate not to have made the West Indies side. He was what they said a prolific run scorer in his heyday. $69 for 5. We're in over number 24. It's being bowled by Suresh Danny Ram from the northern end of the ground. Yet again, Linden delivery bringing the batsman forward. And yet again, the batsman doesn't score as Morris is quickly in, and I use that term quickly in rather loosely, at the cover point region as a delivery outside the off stump. So at the end of a maiden over, an over which was delivered rather quickly as well, Linden, he already got through those 6 deliveries very, very quickly indeed. 6 overs, 3 maidens, now 1 for 7. Some impressive stuff being served up here by Danny Ram. $69 for 5 is Chandapal Singh will continue. Chandapal Singh will continue from the sovereign end. Not kind of hard to miss Chandapal Singh. Very diminutive and very, very busy about the field. And he's the oldest man as well. Flighted delivery, given a lot of air, but there's the batsman equal to the task and playing it forward of square. Amin, the captain, from backward square comes around to his right, does the tidying up. The batsmen have completed 1 as his score goes up to 70 for 5. Madura Singh, he goes up to 8, and Paisley, he's on 7 as a delivery which is driven sweetly but straight to the man in at mid-wicket, diving away to his right. It looks like Suresh Danny Ram in the number 14 jersey, Linden, coming up with a brilliant catch to dismiss Paisley. Sorry, it's Madura Singh. Madura Singh. He made just 8, but there he was, Linden, getting to the pitch of a delivery and whipping it into the onside. I thought for a moment there he had evaded him on Danny Ram to his right at mid-wicket, but there was Danny Ram diving away to his right and coming up with a catch. And as Mr. Stevens is whispering in my ear again, 70 for 6. I'll just quickly have a word with Mr. Stevens, Linden. How long have the Wales team been together?
That I'm not sure. You would have to ask the manager, Paul Donovan, because I'm actually only helping out because the original scorer couldn't make it, so I've come in as a substitute with the scoring.
So how long have you been into scoring?
Oh, about 4 or 5 years. I scored when I played, as you do from a youngster. And then once I stopped playing, I graduated to being an umpire, and then into scoring.
So definitely a cricket man?
Oh, definitely.
Okay, well, I'm hoping your team does well today so that you wouldn't lose your job as the assistant manager. With the score on 70 for 6, Linden, the new batsman is John Jones, and he's not out. In fact, he's about to face now as we head into the 25th over, actually third delivery in the 25th over. 70 for 6, Lyndon, and definitely in a precarious position.
Yes, yes, not the ideal position to be in from a position of 47 for 2. I thought they were doing well, but once that partnership between Rees and Williams was broken, they went in, I think, consecutive overs. And then the middle order looks very, very, very timid.
As Chanda Paul saying, was a flighty delivery, which is beating the batsman outside the yard stump, not taken cleanly by wicketkeeper Sadio, but all is well that ends well.
I think Jones was late on that.
But I like the length that Singh continues to bowl well. Flighty delivery. There's the batsman coming forward. Tentatively plays it into the offside. The keeper from behind the stumps does the tidying up. And some adjustments being made in the field. The man from backward square being asked to come to first slip in Morris. So a lot of vacant real estate behind square on the leg side. A short delivery, which is bringing the batsman forward yet again. Lyndon. Nice flighty delivery again by Shanda Paul saying nice easy action. He does everything so fluently, Lyndon.
Most definitely, Kurt.
As Shanda Paul Singh was a flighty delivery outside the off stump. There's the batsman attempting a cut. Ball goes through to be taken by the keeper. So at the end of over number 25, Lyndon, at the end of over number 25, I can tell you the Wales Masters, they are 70 for 6. 70 for 6, Lyndon.
And again, they need to rebuild the innings. And I think the first order of business is to bat the overs out because how much overs gone, Strong?
25.
25 overs gone. So with another 20 overs available and they can get at least 4 runs over. That will get them to at least another 80 plus the score, maybe 150, which will be a huge boost to their score altogether. As Danny Ram is going to continue and he's going to have a fielder at backward point.
Quickly,
Short
Lyndon.
third man.
Danny
cover.
Ram, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 7.
Very, very impressive. Very impressive and very quick in terms of his delivery and in terms of the time he uses to get through his overs. I say no more than 2 minutes. This is the longest over he'll bowl now because he's taken at least almost a minute and a half to bowl his first delivery.
So,
No fault of his.
So Danny Ram on his way to Paisley. Paisley's been there for some 9 deliveries. He's got 7 runs. There's a delivery outside the yard stump, yet again not taken cleanly by the keeper, Lyndon.
Yeah. So the hit, Sahadeo.
He's done good work all tournament, but just not gloving today as yet. So 70 for 6 as Danny Ram goes a flighty delivery outside the yard stump, goes through to be taken by the keeper. Score will remain on 70 for 6. Paisley, he's got 7. With him at the non-strikers in is John Jones. A delivery which is steered into the offside. Should get an easy single as Hussein diving away to his left.
He dived, Sean, or he fell over?
He dived to his left. The batsman had enough time to complete one as the score goes up by 1 more to 71. 71 for 6. Paisley goes to 8. John Jones, who's yet to open his account. He's faced some 4 deliveries thus far, Lyndon. Yet to open his account, and the Wales team in a spot of border, definitely a spot of border, 71 for 6, has some more adjustments being made in the field. The man from off the sweeper being asked to come into backward point. Lashley from slip is being asked to go to backward square, and Farid Hossein comes from the short third man region into the short fine leg region. There's a man at mid wicket, there's a man at point, and a man at cover point. A delivery outside the off stump beats the batsman in flight, Lyndon, as it goes through to be taken by the keeper. 71 for 6.
No surprise at all because Jones is really playing late.
As Singh was Danny Ram, was a delivery which is flighted straight into the block hole, and John Jones, equal to the task, comes onto the front foot. His 6th delivery, he's still yet to open his account, and the score will remain on 71 for 6. As Danny Ram was a delivery outside the yard stump, tossing, tempting the batsman outside the yard stump there, Lyndon. And at the end of over number 26, I can tell you, the Wales team winning the toss with John Jones on 8, with 0, and Paisley on 8, 71 for 6.
Yes, with the Wales side having been invited to bat first. And 71 for 6. So slow rebuilding process in progress. And they will want these two to stay together at least for the next 10 overs or so. And force the West Indies to make some changes. Interesting over previously from Singh, who tossed at least 3 deliveries up, but the batsmen were inclined to take him on rather waiting for the ball to pitch. And the ball was
just some more information coming from our good friend Mr. Stevens. This is over number 26, and he said this is the longest time the Wales team have batted all tournament.
Well, that's
So
an achievement.
An achievement. So there's
And they haven't been bowled out.
one more achievement.
And they haven't been bowled out.
So they've already ticked one box, and they're looking now to get up to a respectable target to get their first win. 71 for 6
To stay in the cup
to
competition.
stay in the cup competition. As Shanda Paul Singh to start over number 27 bowls a delivery which the batsman across his stumps and just playing it into the offside. The keeper from behind the stumps does the tidying up, and there is no run. As Paisley, he's on 8. Flighted delivery and hit high, hard, down to the man coming off the long off boundary in Lashley. And the batsmen have settled already for one, as that one fell just outside the circle. Lashley made no effort at all in getting in, and it was been quite difficult coming from all the way down off the long off boundary, and the batsman had enough time to complete one run as the score goes up to 72 for 6. A flighted delivery bowled by Shanda Paul Singh brings the batsman forward before this 3 overs, no maidens, 2 for 10. He's in his 4th over. He's on his way, passes the umpire now. Dell's delivered to John Jones. John Jones steering this one into the slip region where Morris quickly around to his right does the fielding. The ball is back with the bowler Shanda Paul Singh. We're in over number 27, 72 for 6 as John Jones still yet to open his account. He's faced some 10 deliveries thus far. He's still yet to open his account. He's on 0, but I guess the ultimate thing for him to do, Lyndon, is to stay with Paisley and see how many they can stitch together for this 7th wicket partnership. As delivery outside the off stump, well taken by the man Morris, knocked down, diving away to his left. As the ball evaded the keeper, and at the end of over number 27, with no run coming off in front of the delivery, the Wales team, Paisley's on 9. John Jones is yet to open his account. He's facing 11 deliveries thus far. They are 72 for 6.
And just to take you around the West Indies Cricket Masters Association Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup over 50s tournament, USA versus India. USA batting first are 79 for 5 against India. I think that game is being played at the Police Ground. And in the other scores, the other 3 games, I could tell you at BNOC, where West Indies A are against England. And in that game, West Indies in some trouble. They are 90 for 6. 90 for 6 off 31 overs, off 33 overs. 90 for 6 to West Indies versus England, who had a massive victory over the opponents right here at this ground. And the other 2 games being played, UAE versus Canada. That game would have gotten going at 11:30, and delayed start for that game.
Well, in the 3rd delivery of over number 28, I can tell you that there was the batsman Paisley having a whiff at a delivery outside the off stump off the bowling of Danny Ram. There was a loud appeal, and umpire Tremaine Prescott finger went up in the affirmative, Lyndon. So the Wales team now in a spot of bother are 72 for 7 and sinking further into trouble. Their manager was just telling me that the assistant scorer and manager, whose job is definitely on the line, was telling me that they need to get another 30 runs to get their highest score of the tournament, Lyndon. But I'm not sure from this position that they will achieve.
And the other game between USA and India, USA 81 for 5. I think I'd give you that score, but I didn't give you the overs. 81 for 5 of 23.2 overs. 23.2 overs. And as I said, that game is against India, with USA having qualified and India needing to win to avoid finding themselves in a 3-way tie should West Indies go on the here to Wales. And at the moment, the Wales sides are making very, very heavy weather of the proceedings. They are 72 for loss of 6 drawn, 72 for loss of 7. As a new batsman has gone to the crease, M. Donovan. Mark, should I pull his stats for you, Strong?
Yeah, most definitely. I would like to see the stats of one Mr. Mark Donovan as he comes to the crease now. With his team definitely in a spot of bother, Lyndon, 72 for 7. It will take a great effort from Donovan now and Jones to get this team up to some respectability. Paisley, he was trying, and Mark Donovan, 2 matches, 8 runs, no wickets. There's a delivery, quick
He looks good coming forward.
quick delivery from Danny Ram onto Donovan, who's equal to the task, comes onto the front foot, Linden. And yet again, no run resultant. Danny Ram again in another tidy over, Linden. Aiden Linden. He has figures now of 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 8, Linden.
Well, in reference to their flag, you know, there are no dragons in the Caribbean, so at the moment there are no terrors. And they're definitely back against the wall in brilliant cricketing conditions. The wicket a little bit on the slow side, the outfield well cut and not a slow outfield for an outfield that's had tremendous water. And I don't know if you had the opportunity strong to see the water in St. Lucia.
Yeah, I saw some videos coming from
horrendous.
St. Lucia, and it was real frightening
Yeah.
to see it. I just want to wish the people in St. Lucia well as they can be under the circumstances.
Most definitely.
72 for 7, Linden. We're in over number 29. The start of over number 29. It will be our good friend Shanda Paul Singh to continue before this figures of 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 10. He starts with a short delivery. The batsman comes on to the
Jones,
back foot,
yeah.
but attempting to turn the delivery to the onside. 72 for 7. Shanda Paul Singh was a flighted delivery to Jones, and Jones is driving down to long off. He's gone for 1. That's all there'll be, as Fareed Hussain, 3/4 of the way for the boundary at long off, does the field, and the batsman go up by 1. He opens his account in John Jones. It brings Donovan, who's yet to open his account, into strike, and they score up by 1, Linda, to 73 for 7.
Yes, and rotation from straight would be key here for this partnership, as well as to bat the remaining overs. The need to bat the remaining overs to get those 30 runs that the scorer wants.
Shanda Paul Singh was a delivery which the batsman is having a cut out outside the all stump. There's a loud appeal, and he's been caught by Morris at slip.
After being dropped by the keeper.
After being dropped by the keeper. Well, a ricochet off the keeper, and Morris does it tidying up. So he's been caught by Morris at slip. Remember, Morris acting as a substitute in this game for the injured Brian Johnson in at the slip region. Takes what seemed a quite comfortable catch, Linden. So the Wales team sinking further into trouble. They have now lost Mark Donovan without scoring, and now the score 73 for 8. We're in the 29th over, and the next voice you will hear will be that of Wayne Holder as Linden Yard takes a much-deserved break. Wayne, the Wales team from a position of 42 for 1, 73 for 8 now.
Well, yes, and the problems really for the Welshmen who have not had a good time in the tournament. This morning, though, it really promising, particularly that partnership for the second wicket. And one thought that here it is that the Welshmen probably enjoying the change of weather conditions, because the first week of the tournament would have been somewhat marred by quite a lot of rain and a lot of overcast, cloudy conditions. But today, a typical Caribbean day.
Yes. I was remarking to Linden Yard that this is probably the best weather we've had all tournament.
Brilliant sunshine, nice
lush
breeze,
green outfield. The wind just blowing across the ground from the easterly end, a nice gentle breeze.
And the pitch itself, a bland, lifeless surface. You know, batsmen generally would enjoy having to play on such a surface.
I remember one game playing against a team from the country, and they were bowled out for 45, and they argued that the wicket was too good.
You're not accustomed.
They weren't accustomed to batting on such a good pitch. 73 for 8, when the Wales team, they need to get up to a total of respectability. The assistant manager and scorer was telling me that he just wants them to tick 2 boxes. They've already ticked 1. They've batted. This is the longest time they've batted all tournament, and he needs them to get up to 102, which would be their highest score of the tournament. But from a position of 73 for 8, I think that's really wishful thinking.
I was wondering what are the resources left? What are the quality of the resources?
Well, I don't know if they have enough money to fly in Brian Lara. 73 for 8, as Chanda Paul Singh spinning a web here at the 4 square over. Was a delivery which is driven sweetly into the offside by Phil Leeds, but he doesn't score, as the score will remain on 73 for 8. We're in the 29th over, the innings win. Remember, they have all of 45 overs in which to bat. A delivery driven square straight to the man at backward point. Looks like Mangali, who's down on all fours, as the score goes up by 1 to 74. Leeds will open his account and brings John Jones, who's also got 1 back in the strike. Jones has been there for some 13 deliveries. He's on 1. as some adjustments being made in the field. Now the man from point being asked to go on the sweep, the man at mid-off being asked to go around a couple yards to his left. As a short delivery, which is punched straight to the man at backward point in the captain can. Zamin Amin, the captain. So at the end of over number 29, the Wales team 74 for 8 win holder with John Jones on one and Phil Lees on one.
And certainly no shortage of time and overs for the Welshmen to achieve the target set by scorer Stevens. But the West Indies really now on the press, looking to press the advantage home more or less and look to get up to that second victory that would almost certainly put them into the next round. Of course, we know of the other encounter in this zone featuring the United States and India. And should India win, they too will finish on the 4 points, 2 wins and 1 loss. And then the calculators would have to come out to determine which of. And then you would have 3 teams actually on 2 wins each, and then to be decided by the net run rate.
As Danny Ram, all of that is conjecture. The reality is that Danny Ram has started his 9th over. Before this win holder, these figures are amazing. 8.8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 8. Balls on delivery outside the off stump. The batsman equal to the task across his stumps and playing it back along the track where Danny Ram in his follow through collects. Win holder, Suresh Danny Ram, gentle off spin.
Well,
more known for his batting back in his heyday.
Well, you call it off spin. Myself and Lyndon had a discussion this earlier this morning. And the only thing about this that is off spin is the action, but not a lot. Definitely no spin and bowling quite quickly.
Well, 4 dot deliveries again goes into Mr. Stevens' laptop as Danny Ram continues to be very economical. I think this is going to be his final over as well. I think with 45 overs, the most a bowler should be able to bowl his 9 overs. And his bowler delivery, which he batsman across his stumps, back and across his stumps, and yet again doesn't score.
As if to prove me wrong, Kurt, he actually slowed up that delivery and looked to spin it.
So would it be fair to say that the most turn Danny Ram has done for the tournament is at the top of his mark? There's a loud appeal.
Before wicket, I think though, Kurt, that being the bowler and the fielders having adjudged that ball might have hit the pad first. It did hit both bat and pad, but I think they are determined that would have hit the pad first.
So Danny Ram Holder has completed his allocation of overs, and listen to these figures, Wayne Holder: 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 8. Wayne Holder, a splendid spell indeed. Just doing what the captain asked of him. Remember, he was flown in last night, and he straight to the ground here at the 4 square over Wayne Holder and into his work immediately. 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 8.
Well, I no doubt about it. A quality player, Suresh Danny Ram. I don't know if you were around when he played for Guyana in regional first class cricket. I think somewhere around the mid 80s, he would have played for Guyana in regional competition, both at the first class and list A level. He has gone on to reside in the United States, and he's also played for the United States at the international stage. So really a quality cricketer brought into to this Masters competition, and showing his experience and his exposure to the higher level, really domineering. And as you mentioned, especially flown in to push the West Indies into the semi-finals and hopefully into contention for the championship.
Well, yes, man. Quickly, I'd like to endeavor to run through the scorecard for you. We had Iwan Rees, Wayne Holder. You can comment on the dismissal as well. He was bowled by Ian Drakes for 19.
Well, unfortunately for him, he was batting well. Actually, he looked the best of the players for the Welsh side. Unfortunately, got a shortish delivery, which he attempted to pull, missed the shot, and the ball, to his real bad luck, ricocheting off his body, off his hip, onto the stumps. And that, I believe, started what has certainly been a terminal decline in the Welsh batting.
In fact, as I look at the scorecard, his 19 runs definitely the top scorer. He would have batted some 41 balls, 54 minutes, struck 1-4, and next to go, Dave Adams. He was LBW off the bowling of Suresh Danny Ram for 7.
Well, actually, Adams was the first wicket to fall, him opening the batting with Rees, but in a bit of in some problems early in his knock. He had a couple of close calls for LBW to Zamin Amin. in particular, and it wasn't a great surprise when he went.
3 for 47 when the wicket of Neil Williams. He was LBW to William Lashley for 14.
Well, Williams again himself and Rees involved in a very good partnership, in the best partnership of the innings so far. It was at that stage that the Welsh really promised a lot. Williams also looking good at the wicket until his dismissal.
4 for 51 when Chris Richards, he was LBW off the bowling of Ian Drake without scoring.
Strange dismissal, got a delivery, pitched up. It seemed to duck back in from the off stump, from off quite late, and the batsman actually not playing a shot to a delivery that might have struck him right plumb on the middle stump.
5 for 57 when Michael Kian, he was bowled by Singh for 6.
Well, Kian having suffered a bit of an injury when he got a knock to the chin. And brought some blood. Came back to the wicket. Made an attempt to show some activity, some proactiveness, hitting a couple of deliveries over the top, but quickly succumbing to the leg spin of Chandapal Singh.
6 for 70 when Malif Mudur Singer was caught Suresh Danny Ram off the bowling of Chandapal Singh at the mid-wicket region, diving away to his right.
Well, yeah, fantastic catch by Danny Ram again. A quality cricketer that he is, showing that he is at this level, even now at his age, I think somewhere in the mid-50s, that he is somewhere a cut above the rest in this competition.
7 for 72 when Grant Paisley, he was caught Sahedi off the bowling of Suresh Danny Ram for 9 as we head into over number 31. Wayne Holder is being bowled by Chandapal Singh before this figures of 5 overs, no maidens, 3 wickets for 12 runs. He continues to do very well. Chandapal Singh fly to delivery, batsman lofted drive into the cover region to the left of the man coming around from long off. They've gone for 1. They will complete 2, but a nice lovely shot there played by John Jones. I make it. He should go up to 3 and the score up to 76 Wayne Holder, 76 for 8.
Well, invited to that drive by the bowler and get into the pitch nicely.
As another fly to delivery, this time driven along the ground, this time into the man there, extra cover. Looks like that man, Suresh Danny Ram, he's into the cricket, Wayne Holder. He's all over.
Well, he's the pro in this side, it appears.
Chandapal Singh, fly to delivery down the track, and when he gets there, hits it straight to the man, and Fareed Hussain, 3/4 of the way to the boundaries, Wayne Holder. So there, that to me, Wayne Holder, is a typical leg spinner's dismissal. Fly to delivery outside the off stump. There was the batsman down the track and driving, but this time he could only get it as far as the man Hussain, who was standing ideally, Wayne Holder, just 3/4 of the way to the boundary.
Perfectly placed. It almost appeared like catching practice, as if the fielder was there and the ball was supposed to be hit to him. I don't think he could have done it more perfectly if he had intended to hit that ball to Fareed Hussain there at, as you said, 3/4 of the way in a wideish mid-off position. But I guess giving up the ghost is somewhat, as continued to be tempted by Chandapal Singh, who, as we all know, bowled these slow, loopy leg breaks, looking to deceive the batsman in the flight. And on that occasion, he succeeded.
76 for 9, Wayne Holder, and I can tell you that Chandapal Singh has picked up his 4th wicket as well. So he's looking for a fifer as Chris Hudson, the final man to make his way to the wicket for the, or some would say don't use the word wicket because the wicket and the pitch are definitely 2 different things. So he makes his way to the pitch. He's on 76, with the score on 76 for 9. Chris Hudson, the last man in, with Wales on 76 for 9. It's a minute to 12, Wayne Holder.
Not a minute to midnight.
Another minute to midnight.
But Kirk, myself and Lyndon had been discussing cricket terms. You talk about wicket and pitch. We were talking about batsman and batter. We were talking about the new term of third rather than third man. And now, so these discussions will continue. But I've always held the belief that cricket as a sport, cricket has its own language, its own nuances. And when I say batsman, I don't. It is a universal term. I want to believe. Some people don't take too kindly to it, so we have the mixture of batsman and batter. But I was asking Lyndon, and I will ask you, since we no longer use the term batsman, we use the term batter. We no longer say batsmanship. Do we say battership?
Well, Battleship sounds like something that we could put in a frying pan, to be quite honest. There's a delivery outside the yard stump. Sing. Like I was telling Lyndon earlier, when yes, change is constant and we must accept change, but some things just don't sound right.
As I
But,
said, and
but there's a delivery, bitches beating the batsman outside the yard stump, not taken cleanly by wicketkeeper Sahadeo. At the end of Danraj Chandapal Singh 6 over, with figures now of 6 overs, no maidens, 4 for 14. And at the end of the 31st over as well, the Wales team, they are 76 for 9. Phil Lees, he's got 1. And Hudson, the not out batsman, on 0. As we head into over number 32, Wayne Holder. What do you think now the Wales team will be looking to get up at least 100?
Well, I think the Wales team may be looking for the next run. I think their next target will be the next run.
76 for 9, but this has been some good stuff delivered here by the West Indies Masters team, Wayne Holder. I'll quickly endeavor to run through the bowling figures for you as soon as it comes up here on the laptop. I can tell you that Morris has come back into the attack. Morris has come into the attack. It is Morris. As Morris, right arm off spin, replacing Suresh Danny Ram, who has some excellent figures operating from the same end. As Morris on his way into bowl to Hudson. Hudson is getting a delivery stylishly onto the front foot, and he does quite well. Comes onto the front foot, and yet again, they doesn't score. They score 76 for 9. Short delivery, which is being punched sweetly into the offside, but yet again, the common team can't score. The score remain on 76 for 9. 3 dot deliveries already so far away and holding over number 32.
And as you mentioned, the team of the innings struck on the pad.
And there it is, Wayne Holder. A flighted delivery. And there is the batsman playing all around the full delivery. And the umpire, Tremaine Prescott, Wayne Holder, raises his finger in the affirmative to signal the dismissal of Hudson, LBW, off the bowling of Anthony Morris. So at the end of the innings, Wayne Holder, I can tell you that the Wales team have been dismissed for a paltry 76, Wayne Holder. I'll run through the bowling figures for you. Zamin, the captain, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 12. Sudesh Danny Ram, 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 8. William Lashley, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. Ian Drake, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 15. Chandapal Singh, the pick of the bowlers, Wayne Holder, 6 overs, no maidens, 4 for 14. And Anthony Morris, just 4 deliveries. He picked up a wicket. He didn't concede a run. I can also tell you, Wayne Holder, that there were some was looking for the extras. There were some 9 extras in total, made up of some 3 byes, 2 leg byes, and 4 wides. So being dismissed, the Wales team, Wayne Holder, didn't bat their full allocation of overs. They only batted, they made it to 32 out of the possible 45 overs that they had in which to bat, all out for 76. And your thoughts on the Wales innings?
Disappointing return by the Welsh team, batting on a blameless pitch. The bowling are quite consistent from West Indies. Nothing really devastating, more or less. I think they added to their own demise a number of inappropriate shots or ill-advised strokes. A number of the batsmen out dismissed, bowled, or LBW playing across the ball, across the line of the deliveries. The fielding team, the West Indies, they did an excellent job in the field, and they were on top of the game for most of the way and never really eased their hold. And the Welshmen just didn't have what it takes to really fight back. And eventually, all out for, as you mentioned, a fairly paltry total. But as we know, the runs are on the board, and there is no 79 shot.
Yet
West
again,
Indies
we
will
hold
have
a
to
that
get
man, Chandapal Singh, the oldest man in the tournament from the West Indies side, leading the team off again with some remarkable figures. We hold. I'll repeat them quickly for you. Chandapal Singh, 6 overs, no maidens, 4 for 14.
It would be interesting to get his overall figures for the tournament up to up to this stage, but he has been in the wickets. He has been in the wickets from the very first day of the tournament, and has nagged away and caused problems for all the batsmen who have come up against him. And the leg spin googly bowler.
Well, we'll get those figures for you, Lyndon. Our statistician Lyndon Yard is in the background trying to pull up those stats on Sean Paul saying, but I'm sure we know he's going to be among the top wicket takers. And what I like about him too, although he picks up wickets, he's very, very economical as well.
Right. And well, of course, we have been confined to this group. We've been following only our view of the tournament has only been the West Indies and the matches they played. But certainly, from what we have seen so far, we've seen all the teams in this zone, and I find it difficult to come up with someone who has been more outstanding in their impact. I mean, not only has it been in his bowling, he's been excellent in the field. He's taken his catches. He's been here, there, and everywhere, scampering across the ground, and a little man in stature, but hugely impacting on for the West Indies.
So before we head to the break, we have just got one final question for you. Hopefully, Lyndon will come back with those stats before we go. But you were talking about all the permutations that may come in, all the equations, all the calculations. What do you think should be the West Indies Masters' approach to this paltry 76?
Well, as a matter of fact, with the possibility of the net run rate being a factor, depending on the results in the other match, I think that their priority would be to try to get to this 76 as soon as they can for as few wickets as possible. But as I said, so it should be a proactive approach rather than just looking to accumulate runs. I think the West Indies will need to approach the target in a more aggressive manner and really run down this total.
But I don't put you on the spot again. I don't like to use the word aggressive with West Indies batsmen because their form of aggression is usually total recklessness.
Well, they're two different things. But so let's say proactive without being reckless. But I think that, like I said, the idea has to be to go after the total without being reckless.
Well, we'll wait and see as we resume shortly. So in a whole, you will have the stats figures of Shanda Paul Singh. Well, we'll get them for you, Wayne Holder. So you will have the final word as we head to the break.
As a number of the, I guess, support group for the Wales team head out to the middle to have a look at the surface. One would imagine, though, that the surfaces here in the Caribbean are quite different to what they would normally encounter in Wales, where they would have come from. I did speak to the manager earlier, and he did say that the weather conditions that prevailed during last week were a lot more familiar to those from Wales than they would be at this present moment, where we've been blessed by sunshine. Almost tempted to say clear blue skies, but not necessarily clear blue. There has been some cloud about, but this is a wonderful conditions for cricket. Typical cricket day in the Caribbean, and the four square oval, outside of all the history and that goes with it, and the Rum Factory and all that, it is one of my favorite venues from which to bring commentary. The lovely backdrop that is an offer. It is quite conducive. I like to say that the four square oval is very conducive to creativity.
Creativity and for sure commentary, because you've got a clear view of everything that's happening. The wind coming from the eastern side of the ground, just blowing across the ground. It lends well to the cricket, it lends well to the atmosphere. And then as you look over to the south, and you can see over in the region over there, the sugarcane fields and stuff. It has a certain ambience here at the four square oval. And then I don't know but I don't know if the scent of the rum usually attracts you and Lyndon coming from the Earl Seal complex. Because you're the second person for the day, Lyndon Yard included, speaking about the ambience and the atmosphere and mentioning the bond.
But even as I said, looking out the backdrop, as you look out, it looks so it's very green, lots and lots of greenery. It looks a fairly bountiful looking surroundings.
So Lyndon is a man usually on the ball. So we've got those figures of Shanda Paul Singh. So far in the tournament, he's completed some 23 overs, conceded 68 runs, and picked up some 8 wickets thus far.
Well, okay, so averaging 8.5 runs per wicket at an economy rate of less than 2.5. I don't think that you could answer much better than that, and hopefully those figures will be helping West Indies into the next stage of the tournament.
So with the pitch being rolled and the batters getting ready, as we see some of the Wales team attempting to go on the field now to go through their paces being holder, we should take a break here at the Four Square Oval in St. Philip. This is the West Indies Big Man 50 Overs Masters competition, and on resumption, the West Indies Masters, if they are to try to book or to secure a place in the top 4 in the competition being holder, they will need to get up to 77.
77 off all of 45 overs. Sounds easy on paper. And we welcome you back to the Four Square Oval for the resumption of play, the second half of this, the third series match of the Cricket West Indies Masters Association's Big Man Cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup. The West Indies tasked with getting up to 77 to complete what would be their second victory of the tournament and giving themselves a chance of advancing to the next round of play, having dismissed the Wales side in 31.3 overs for a meager 76. As we greet you, umpires Tremaine Prescott and Dave Thompson, already in the middle, the opening pair for West Indies and the Wales fielders now dispersing from a huddle, and West Indies must be highly favored, Lyndon, and feeling good about their chances.
Yes, thank you, Wayne. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to listeners and viewers. And West Indies chasing out a target of 77. Maybe, Wayne, they will want to do it as quickly as possible. So this Danny Ram is in the middle, and he has with him his opening partner. It's not Danny. Actually, it's Ishwar who's off the field.
Ishwar Mirage.
Right, Ishwar Mirage and
The
Anthony Sadio. Anthony Sadio.
Rajendra Sadio.
Rajendra Sadio.
Yeah, wicketkeeper is Sahadio. Rajendra is Sadio.
So I was making the point, Wayne, that maybe they want to knock these runs off as soon as possible without losing any wickets, which would obviously help their run rate because they could very well find themselves in a situation where they win 2 and lost 1. And India, should they defeat USA, could also win 2 and lost 1, then it will come down to run rate.
And then it would also, what that would entail, and then again, there's a lot of speculation and ifs, because here you would have 3 teams on 2 wins apiece, and then only 2 teams advancing. So that would help to make it very, very interesting if India were to get home against the United States.
Yeah, so a lot of connotations before us.
I can tell you that in that match at the Weymouth ground, the USA 119 for 8 in 36 overs playing against India. So,
And in the St. Philip game, UAE versus Canada, 32 for 2. That game recently got started.
starting at 11:30.
BNOC, West Indies A, 119 for 9 off 42 overs. 119 for 9 off 42 overs, and they are playing England at BNOC.
Phil Leeds to bowl the first delivery of the innings from the southern end. He's bowling to Ishwar Mirage. His first delivery is on the off stump, and the Mirage goes on to the back foot, steers it away square on the offside, and there is no run. So the second innings up and running. The Wales team not given a lot to play with. Their bowlers not given a lot of leeway, but it is going to be Leeds who is going to lead the attack down the leg side. This is the batsman scamper a single, which is being signaled a leg by umpire Thompson. So they're getting off the mark, West Indies, with a single, an extra of the second delivery of the innings. And the other batsman, opening batsman being Rajendra Sadio. He comes in to strike. Let's see the field though. A slip on the gully. There's a backward point, a cover, extra cover, and mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man backward off square. So with the wind blowing from east to west, from left to right, it should assist any outswing that Leeds is able to extract as he's bringing the batsman onto the front foot and he's pushing it away square to the fielder at point, and there is no run. Mm-hmm. Next delivery is outside the off stump and goes chasing. Does a Sadio, not making contact, and again through to the wicket keeper. But conditions are quite contrasting to what we experienced last week, Lyndon. A lot of rain around, a lot of moisture, cloudy, dark, overcast days. But today, completely contrasting conditions. Onto the front foot comes Sadio, and in his usual very stylish manner, strokes it up to extra cover. There's no run.
He's been all styles and little production thus far. And this is an opportunity for him to get his team over the line.
Tall right-handed batter. Sadio. Lee's right arm over the wicket. Short outside the awesome. Goes for the big slash. Through to the keeper. The appeal goes up, and the batsman, to his disbelief, has to turn and come back to the pavilion. An innocuous looking delivery outside the awesome. Really asking for the treatment, but Sadio not making a proper contact, just getting the slightest of edges into the gloves of the keeper. And West Indies are down 1 for 1 in over number 1.
Yes, and you call it an innocuous looking delivery. It wasn't innocuous, but as I said, Danny Ram makes his way to the crease. And Sadeo, who has been, as I said earlier, all styles and little production. So again, that word production coming into play. No production again from Sadeo, and going forward, it's just that he could very well find himself scrambling to maintain his play.
Well, the Wales players in a huddle, of course, almost perfect start for them. When you're defending a total as meager as 76, you need to make as many early strikes as possible. And the only way I think that they were going to have a chance in the match is if they are able to set back the West Indies in the early stages of this innings. If West Indies are able to build any substantial partnerships in the early, I think that would have blown the game wide open. So 1 wicket for 1 run, and we have had 4 deliveries of the first over. And already Sudesh Daniram, who figured prominently with the ball when West Indies were in the field, has come to the middle. As a matter of fact, I said 4 deliveries, but
completion of the over, actually.
I'm just reading the monitor here, misleading me somewhat. Well, I've been admonished and warned not to read the monitor. Stay with Mr.
Paul.
Stevens, Mr. Paul on my left, and in fact it is 1 over completed. So 1 over, a maiden actually, by Phil Leeds. The run coming via the extras route as a leg by, the 1 run. As number 72, it looks like Malith Madhura Singh. Madhura Singh is going to take it up from the 4 square distillery end. The northern end of the ground.
Or the rum end.
Well, not the wrong end, the rum end.
Rum end. Or not the ruin, but the rum end. See a couple of workers to the left taking in the cricket from inside the RLC Company Limited building.
Looks like he's going to bowl right arm medium paces, Madhura Singh, and brings the left-handed batter onto the front foot. Pushing it up into the offside, and then there's no run. That's Ishwar Maharaj.
Seems to carry it to be bowling with a double swing action, Wayne, on delivery.
Let's take a closer look this time. Rubbing the ball in the trousers and comes in. Bowls a short delivery off the back foot, slashed away square straight to the fielder. There is no run. That fielder being David Adams at backward point. Just again to look at the field, a slip on the gully. There's a third man who is now being brought
inside
into
the circle.
Slip.
Suspect will come into the circle position.
Into a slip position, yes. So we've got 2 slips in the gully, backward point cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg. And Madhu Singh is bringing the batsman onto the front foot. Good delivery.
It's a wider slip. I mean, I think it's a first slip.
There's a first slip,
and,
then
and
there's a
second
gap,
and a half slip.
and then there's a gap between him and the gully fielder.
It's an interestingly set feel,
covering a wide expanse of
I think what it does
area.
like that.
Madhur Singh is playing onto the back foot and beaten. Comprehensively beaten. I think though he minute that he went onto the back foot to delivery place, pitching much too close to him.
Might have it looked very, very close to the edge as well. The keeper didn't take it, but good bowling, good field placing, good strategic move, and Wales are on top at the moment.
Here he comes. The wind will aid his outswing and into the gloves and out of the gloves of the keeper as Mirage onto the back foot looking for that cut shot. So quite interesting. The holding quite a good line for sure. Both length and line have been consistent and threatening, one would have to say. Nice breeze coming across the ground as usual, as onto the back foot this time, plays defensively and much more in control of the shot on that occasion. Pushed into the offside. The over comes to an end, and after 2 overs, West Indies 1 for 1. The second maiden sent down by the Welsh bowlers.
Yeah, it's a perfect start for the Welsh side, having sent down two, basically you say maiden overs with one extra being the only sundry that has been put up on the board for the West Indies in search of his target of a 77 for victory, and been very impressed with both opening bowlers thus far, and the keeper, Ashton Power, or Stephen Power, the keeper. He did pick the bails off very quickly from the other end, but he had a horrible over, not glubbing the last two to be standing up to the sub. We see how he goes now.
Waits on leads, both himself and the batsman Dan Raj. Gets the delivery right up into the crease, and coming forward, coming down on it is Danny Ram, and pushes it back. Well, not even back, just down in front of him. Brings the keeper from behind the stumps to pick up. There is no run, a slip on the gully. Very square gully. And 4 men saving one on the offside in front of the bat. Here's this delivery on the leg stamp, and excellent work by the wicket keeper Power. There is an appeal going up for the stumping, but fortunately for him, Danny Ram not lifting that back leg. Lyndon Yard, what a picture. Excellent work by keeper Power.
Oh, I said before the over started, when he picked the bails off last over from this end, and there he is again, lightning behind the stump, Stephen Power, and that's very, very good keeping.
In comes Leeds to Danny Ram, and he's walking into this one. Delivery pitching just a bit of back of a length on the off stump, but coming forward, pushing it up to extra cover. You know, that stumping, just now, Lyndon, lightning quick, I must say, and reminds me of an incident in which I was involved in cricket some years back, I must tell you. Danny Ram is flicking this one wristily over the fielder at mid-wicket. The ball running out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. It will pull up inside the rope, and the batsman jog comfortably back for a couple of runs. So Danny Ram gets himself off the mark, and the total up to 4 for 1. I remember playing a game at Bristol at Old Coleridge, Lyndon, years ago. Just a normal fat match, food match on a Sunday afternoon, friendly match on a Sunday afternoon. And here is Danny Ram hitting this one straight, powerfully, down the ground. 4 more runs. Again, the very strong wrists coming into play, and Suresh Danny Ram already looking on top of the situation.
Yeah, beautiful cricket shot. His very first delivery face, he just walked into it, turned it into the leg side. And it reminded me of the old Danny Ram out old with 3 first-class hundreds against his name. And immediately taking the liking to Leeds, who was just about medium pace. And I think he have to get his line and lengths right, because the kind of player that Danny Ram is, he hasn't put on a lot of weight, still small and very neat and very risky. And looks the part.
Here comes Leeds. Hit, stroked over extra cover, and I'll await the umpire's verdict for falling just inside the rope at extra cover. Easy, just flow of the bat, Danny Ram, and the ball just heading out towards that boundary. Again, he looks really classy.
Magnificent cricket shot. As I said, Lee's coming a little too close, maybe the 2-meter mark. He's bowling maybe what? You say 70 miles an hour, and that's really meat and drink for Danny Ram. So he needs to adjust his line and his length in particular.
Danny Ram is 10. The total is 12. Hit in the air over the head of the mid-on fielder. Again, this ball is running out towards the boundary. At long on and into the boundary it goes. 4 more.
Well, again, a beautiful cricket shot. And I don't think the captain of the Wales side is reading the plot here, because there is 3 free scoring shot to Danny Ram, and both, I would say the last one wasn't quite a half volley, but Lee's at military medium at best. Really is not going to cause Danny Ram any trouble, and
only looking at defense 76. You have to go on the attack, but at the same time, you have to mix defense with attack. So I think you're going to have the long off and long on out for Danny Ram when he's on strike in particular. And then you can try attacking the other batsman or ask your bowler to pull his left back, because at that pace, it's really not going to worry Danny Ram. He's going to have to maybe give it away. And the West Indies motoring on 16 for the loss of one.
Just to finish my story, Lyndon, there it was. I was the keeper, bowler bowling a nice little in swinger, standing up to the wicket and executing a stumping similar to what we just saw from Power. The umpire, who was not a regular umpire, just standing in, stood at square leg, and he just stood up, he watched, and then he turned and he says, no, that happened too fast. I will have to see that again.
Well, you can't blame
and he gave the batsman not out.
Well, you can't blame the umpire then, because he said if it happened too fast, he didn't see it. The umpire's only supposed to give you one based on what he sees and not what he thinks
what
he
he
saw.
did or what he didn't see, definitely. So Madhura Singh will take up the bowling.
So the moral of that story is that it was a right decision by the umpire.
Well, he was right. The batsman was out, or should have been given out, but the umpire was right. Outside the off stump, left alone, so did the keeper. No run, 16 for 1 at the start of the fourth over. That third over, quite expensive. Some 15 runs coming on it. I think it would have had in some 3 boundaries. Outside the off stump, keeping quite low. The ball angling away from the left-handed batter as the right-arm bowler pushing it in. And the ball traveling with again on the breeze.
What I can say instantly, we end up being impressed with the keeper, Stephen Powell, standing up to the stumps.
Continues to impress. He's crouching now as Madhura Singh is in short delivery, looking for the pull off the top edge. The ball is running into the fine leg area. They're not going to attempt a single, which appeared quite on. I think I said the top edge, but that ball died quickly enough to suggest that it may have been off the thigh pad more than off the bat. And Danny Ram not willing to chance the sharp single that appeared to be on offer. So a dot as Madhura Singh is again into bowl to Mirage. Onto the front foot, beaten, taken again stylishly by keeper Power. Doesn't bother to break the wicket on this occasion. The back leg of the batsman quite well planted.
I could give him the title of the best keeper that I have seen in the tournament thus far.
And these are early days yet. But here he is. Outside the off stump, cut away into the fielder there at backward point, traveling straight to him, and a no ball is signaled by umpire Prescott. So that is going to result in 1 extra. Total goes up to 17. Is also going to result in an extra delivery, and more importantly, it's going to result in a free hit. Full toss hit over the top, down towards the extra cover boundary. There it goes across the rope. 4 runs. So a double
whammy.
Well, and also the Cardinal sent, or 2 Cardinal sends, because there it was, the free hit, and then the bowler delivers a full toss, asked to be hit, and much obligingly, Mirage hit it into the extra cover boundary.
Yes, he didn't make amends for that no ball.
21 for 1. As he's covering up this time, bottom pad close together, as Lyndon Yard would like to say, a testy looking shot.
Yeah.
And push into the short extra cover area to bring the over to an end. And after 4 overs, West Indies in pursuit of a winning target of 77, having dismissed Wales for 76, are 21 for 1.
Yes, they use the word test. I think he stabbed it into the offside in Mark Taylor fashion, or Graham Smith, when they just want to stop the ball in front of them. But nonetheless, the West Indies motoring on 21 for 1, having lost the first wicket at 1. And I think this is where the Wales problems are beginning to come in to play, because they suspect that Lees, let's see whether they continue with Lees.
He is going to continue.
Now the captain has also picked up the trick. Now against Danny Ram, he has the long on in position. He has long off is now going to send out to the boundary as well. And I think that's where he ought to be. And he should also utilize the sweep on the boundary. He was 3/4 away at the moment, and he's going to go right back. So
he's going to have a long off.
In short, the field is going out into the country.
Yeah, he's got a long off. He's got a deep extra cover just in off the rope. There's a long on in place. These 3 boundary riders. Leads into Danny Ram, coming onto the front foot, pushes it away square on the outside. The ball travelling much too quickly and much too straight to the fielder there at point. The batsman don't attempt a single.
And immediately the length is pulled back as well.
There we see 3 men inside the circle, backward point cover and an extra cover. And even then, they are right back on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Mid-wicket, backward square. Still a slip in place.
Umpire Thompson just doing some adjustment to the wicket.
As this one is outside the yard stump, picking up the line is Suresh Dadiram just lifting the bat out of the way, shouldering arms as my old cricketing commentary mentor, the late Shell Harris would say, shouldering arms, left alone. And this one, Danny Ram is easing onto the front foot and stroking it between the cover and the point. He's going to come back for a second run quite easily as the ball is picked up inside the rope at deep point. So another couple of runs to him. Takes him up to 16 and the total 23 for 1. Danny Ram looking so easy at the wicket. Very easy on the eye and definitely looking
Like his old Shell Shield days.
looking like looking really classy, I must say. Waits for leads and comes onto the front foot to a delivery. Good delivery on this occasion and defensively just pushed up to the man at cover. There is no run. Chipping at the top of his mark, his leads, and balls the delivery outside the arm, short, cut away. This is going to go into the boundary. Too short, too wide, and Danny Ram onto the back foot, easily placing it between the cover and the backward point. This time, the ball hit with enough power and timing to take it over the rope at the deep square cover position, and 4 more runs to Danny Ram. I think this is about his 4th boundary. And his 4th boundary, he's up to 20 and the total 27 for 1. So already just 50 runs required as we see a small aircraft taking off from the Grantley Adams International Airport, which is away 2 hours south. We're seeing quite a lot of activity in the airspace above us so far for the day. And this delivery is outside the yard stump, hit hard, but this time a man has been placed right back on the sweeper position at deep cover. So the scoring restricted to just this single. But Leeds continues to be much too short and a bit too wide to a player of the class of Danny Ram, and to just being picked off quite easily. His 3rd over comes to an end. 3 overs for 22 runs. And when you remember that his 1st over was a maiden, you will see how the difference that Suresh Daniram has made ever since he came to the wicket.
Yes, I was a little surprised that Suresh Daniram didn't open the batting. I think you said he was flown in last night, or he only came in last night.
Well, that's according to Kirk Strong. I can't confirm.
Well, this is his first
but I'll
game,
take him on his
so
word.
we can take that. But he's coming in. He already made a difference, and having relocated 21, played some delightful shot. Got a short ball that was a meat and drink delivery and spanked it through the offside gracefully. And it gives me the impression of not watching Masters, but I'm watching the old Shell Shield days of the Carib Cup, where he really razzled and dazzled in his term. Especially he was the main link ping for Guyana in the days of Clayton Lambert, Milton Pike Dunn as the keeper. So he would have been a young man in that team with 3 first-class centuries under his belt. He's shown his poise, very classy, very easy on the eye, a joy to watch, and make sure that he's picking his length and line up very quickly. And he looks in good nick. And I suspect he's been playing cricket in the States where he resides.
He also would have appeared for the United States.
Yes, that's it.
Well, he's on strike. And Madhur Singh is on the legs, turned away quite easily. And one of the distinctive features of Danny Ram's batting in London is the use of the wrists. Those strong wrists come into play almost every time.
So he's looked the part, and what he's done is allowed Mirage to be a sole provider. We just have to steer their rotational strike is critical. Doesn't have to worry about getting away the ball because they have a lot of time, a lot of overs available just to get 77 runs.
One of the advantages of playing with a real quality player, Lyndon. I'll tell you another one of my stories. Struck on the pad, coming forward, the delivery starting outside the leg stump, was stifled appeal coming from only the bowler. Slipped, and this peculiar two slips, wide slip area and the gully. Still in place, but I recall another time batting in a partnership with none other than Collis King. Outside the off stump, beaten, taken by the keeper again. He doesn't break the bills. The batsman in his crease, but no ball actually. So transgressing and really spoiling some good work. Otherwise, well, I'll take this opportunity, Linda, to tell you the story. YMPC versus Police in the local first division. Wayne Holder and Collis King at the wicket. Put on 134 for the sixth wicket. How much do you think Wayne Holder made, Lyndon? I'll give you a guess. Struck away in the air, off the outer edge, down towards third man. A chasing by two fielders, and the batsman easily coming back for a double.
Picked up by Jones.
A couple. So
who won that 100-meter chase.
Well, yeah, actually it was a race between two men and a ball. And Jones was the winner. Running hard, neither of them running fast, but both of them running very hard.
I'm going to give you 4 runs with that partnership, Wayne, of 136 with Collis King. Am I correct?
Well, no, I got 7. 134 Collis King going rampant well to me, and you at the other end, your only job is to maintain your wicket and whenever possible get the single and put him on strike, and of course get out the way when Kingdom hits it.
Yep. And the non-strikers, then you're always in danger when you get a batsman who loves to go in the V.
Fantastic player, Collis King. Here comes Madras Singer, short outside the off stump, looking for that cut, and he's looked so effective against the left-hander Madras Singer that I think with that ball angling across the left-handed batsman, and also been getting some good bumps from an area there in front of the batsman, just short of a good length or just on a good length. He's in again. And bowls one right up into the black hole, looking for the drive. He's beaten, and the ball shaving the off stump, missing by a whisker, I would believe. The bills did come down after the ball had struck the pads of the keeper, but excellent delivery there by Madras Singh, and as I said, looking quite the part, the right arm medium pacer.
Yes, and it'll be interesting to see whether they go back to Leeds, and they can tell you that he is going to be pulled out of the attack. Mark Donovan is going to take it up. No, actually, Mark Donovan is going to make his way up to the long on position, so it is Leeds who's going to continue. So I suspect that they might be very short in the bowling arena, because having sent down 3 overs for 22 runs, he's picked up the 1 wicket early, but he's also been punished by Sudif Danaram. And I personally think that he should have really been pulled from the attack unless he's the main bowler.
Well, he's going to be. Dice. Well, he is bowling again, and he's bringing Danny Ram onto the front foot, reaching to get to the pitch of that delivery, but pulling his length back on that occasion, Leeds. But you know, Lyndon, cricket in local circles sometimes can get very harsh. And when you see a situation like that where a bowler like Leeds is continuing with, the first thing somebody might ask is, he must be the one that bought the ball. Here comes Danny Ram, lifted out towards long on, chance for a catch, and actually not carrying all the way to the fielder at long on. Donovan waiting for the bounce, taking it on the first stop. It is difficult for us to judge from this distance, Lyndon, whether there was a chance of taking that catch, but the ball was in the air for such a long time.
I think there was a chance to take it. It's a matter of Donovan wanting to come and take it, but he had elected to just wait on the bounce.
Well, taking the safe way out.
But not the best way. So they need wickets, and that would be the first wicket to have gotten there.
Definitely, they needed Danny Ram. So just a single eventually coming off after all that. Danny Ram now off the strike on 23. And brings Maraj on strike. Maraj on 6 from some 21 deliveries he has faced. And over the wicket is Leeds. Right arm. And looking for the big shot over the top, out towards the wide long on position. The batsmen are going to have to come back for the second, because The ball just about trickling across the rope at that wide long on position. For a moment there, it appeared as if it might be pulling up. But the field having been adjusted for Maharaj, those deep fielders at long off and long on having been brought in, and Maharaj seizing on the opportunity, going over the top and picking up a boundary with a safe shot.
And again, Lee's too close to the batsman. Doesn't have the pace to be that close. And I'm just surprised that he's still bowling.
Lees to Maharaj and keeping the batsman quiet on this occasion.
He reminds me a lot of David Capel.
David Capel.
Of that and pace and built. Doesn't have quite the action of David Capel, but to give an idea of the pace he's bowling with, his run-up looks fairly similar in length as well.
I think we call that military medium. As this delivery on the leg stump, outside the leg stump, in fact, looking to flick it away, doesn't make contact. The umpire spreads the arms to signal a wide. So delivery outside the leg stump. So one more to the extras. Total up to 38. This scoring at a rate of 5.7 runs per over. As the delivery is short, pulled away through mid-wicket. This is going to go into the boundary. As easy as taking candy from a baby. Short delivery, a slow delivery, having all the time in the world to pick his spot. Does Maharaj, and he chooses to go just in front of square on the onside, picking up his second boundary of the over. It's now 42 for 1 as West Indies racing towards this target.
Well, unless Lees is the captain obviously have a lot of faith in him.
Here he comes. And Maharaj onto the front foot, pushing it up to mid-off. The fielder coming quickly in to pick up the batsman, having no chance of going for a run. So Leeds finishes his fourth over. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 32 runs, and the only wicket to fall so far. West Indies, after 8, are 42 for 1.
And he gets a knock from Michael Cann. And I'm not so sure if that knock is for him to...
That's 7 overs bowled. 7.
For him for completing the over, or for him for a good spell, because I really think it should be the end of his spell. Maybe he's being given over too much. And you're only trying to defend 76. And to defend 76 means you need that right-hand column to be fluffy. It isn't fluffing at the moment. Has he picked up his very first wicket, or I think it was third or second delivery?
Madhur Singh has had a much better time of it. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs. Yet to pick up a wicket. Continues. And Danny Ram is forced on the defensive delivery. You can see actually starting outside off and coming in to the right-handed batsman. Danny Ram having to check his shot and just drop it away into the onside. There is no run. Delivery pitching just back of a length. Here he comes again. And coming on to the front foot. Madhur Singh, looking of Asian extraction, reminds you of a regular feature of the Indian bowling attack of old. These military medium pacers.
Roger Binney?
Yeah, who would normally just who would just provide some removing some of the shine for the Indian spin bowlers to eventually take over.
Are you suggesting that the Wales team have some spinners of quality to come?
Well, no, I'm saying that that's the connection with the Asian extraction. Here is outside the awesome wide delivery. And Danny Ram just pushing that front pad, thrusting it away outside the awesome.
What I can say, Wayne, is it has been almost 6 or 7 years now that I haven't seen a batsman playing on the front foot in any form of cricket like how Danny Ram is getting on the front foot.
Well, yeah, so
modern day cricketers don't go that far.
Well, yeah, this is really looking for the big drive, not really controlling the shot as he might. He's going to get a couple of runs quite easily nonetheless, because I'm suggesting that he was looking to play that ball a lot straighter than he eventually did. The ball going with the flow, with the angle, coming off the inner half of the bat, running behind square. But I think he was looking to play that ball a lot straighter than that.
Most definitely. A little surprised too that they have the mid on up. Long off is out. There's a
deep mid wicket in position and a straight mid on.
Well, yes, the mid wicket hanging around that cow corner area, what familiarly known as cow corner. But one notices that Murderer Singer in that over quite consciously, as I said, deliberately maintaining a line outside the all stump. It's almost as if he's keeping the ball out of the reach of Danny Ram. And again, in our local parlance, we would say he was hiding the ball.
And good for him as well. What I thought he did well there was his length. His length was on that 4 meter mark, just outside in the awesome. So it wasn't there for Danny Ram to drive. But again, Danny Ram showing his class by using his left leg to measure the line and length of the ball and having enough time to allow the ball to go by. So, as I said, that knock from Michael Can to Lees. Phil Lees has signaled the end of Lees as he's been forcibly removed from the attack, having sent down 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. He's been pulled from the attack and he's taken a hiding from Sudif Danny Ram, who has 25 against his name. Mirage has 14, and Michael Kyan, who gave the knock to Lees, is the bowler who's going to take it up. So Kyan. Yeah. The question here is, can do it?
Well, can he do it? I'm sure he can. Well, I know he's can.
I think he can try.
I know he's can. I'm not sure he can.
You're not sure he can do it?
But he's can. Let's see what he's going to be bowling. He's going to be bowling. It seems, is it left arm?
Yeah, I get the impression.
It's looking like a bit of left arm over the wicket to the left-handed batsman. The total 44 for 1, mind you, after 8 overs. No, it is looking more like right arm off spin, right arm around the wicket, and his off spin gets this one to bounce quite prodigiously from in front of the batter, that being Mirage coming on to the front foot, who assists the wicketkeeper in retrieving the ball from inside the crease.
An interesting action.
Very much so. Flighted up, goes for the big swing. Does Mirage, gets it out towards the wideish mid-wicket position. He'll get a couple of runs with that fielder having to come in and around from along on. But the ball falling in no man's land.
Jones having a long run across.
Not really timing his shot.
He's not the fastest across the field, Jones.
Definitely.
He had to chase a short while ago with 2 men on the ball.
You call it a chase, I don't know. Chasing suggests that there was some urgency. There was no urgency in Jones's movement. You wait for Kian. And Mirage is looking to drive, hitting it hard into the turf. And the ball just scurrying out towards the cover position. Again, there is no run this time. Slip in place, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid, long off, a mid on, deep and wide. There's also a mid wicket, backward square, and a deep mid wicket also. Outside the all stump, there's an appeal coming from the bowler only, as Mirage coming onto the front foot. That ball definitely outside the all stump, but hitting the batsman quite high too. So no chance of winning that LBW decision. Can, but he would have been encouraged with having beaten the forward prod, and comes in again, flights this one outside the leg stump. That is going to be signaled wide, so getting the radar wrong on that occasion. Can one more extra, 46 it is, 47 it is now for 1. West Indies homing in on this target as Mirage is brought onto the front foot by a good delivery on that occasion, and the ball coming off the high off the bat, running away square once again, and there is no run. Then I see you've got some details on some of the action in some of the other matches. We'll get to that after this delivery from Kian. Looking for the big hit is the batter Mirage. Is beaten between the bat and pad, and for once, wicketkeeper Power doesn't take cleanly.
Yes, maybe blindsided for a little bit there, but it should have been taken by his standards, the way he's been taking deliveries. In the other games, USA versus India. USA 143 for 8, 143 for 8 off 43 overs. And that is a game that India
That
definitely needs
represents
to win.
something of a recovery
Yes,
for
from,
the
from
US.
81 for 5. So 143 for 8 off 43 overs. In the game, UAE versus Canada, and a must-win game for both teams. UAE 53 for 3. Remember that game got going late. Beginning at 11:30. 53 for 3 off 18 overs. And West Indies A versus England. West Indies A 116 all out of 42.4 overs. 116 all out of 42.2 overs. 42.4 overs, sorry. And I can tell you, England, they are 37 without loss. 37 without loss. And that 37 has come up off some 6 overs. Win.
And Madhura Singh continuing his lengthy spell in what in fact is his 5th over. First delivery again, dragging Dandy Ram, the batter, outside the off stump and pushing it square on the offside. So, as I said, keeping the ball away from the batsman Madhur Singh. Clever bowling on his part as he's coming in again, bringing the batsman onto the front foot. Struck on the pad, but the appeal for leg before negated by the call of no ball by umpire Tremaine Prescott. So rather than a raucous appeal for leg before wicket, we have a timid turn and inquiry of the umpire as to the area of transgression from Madhur Singh. And now we're going to have another free hit, another extra to the total, 48 for 1. And let's see how Danny Ram is going to deal with this free hit. Field, as you know, has to remain the same as long as the batsman remains on strike, as this delivery going for a big swing, and I think that one would have hit the stumps. It actually hit the stumps, but of course, being a free hit, the batter cannot be out other than run out. And I'm told, and also obstructing the field. Those are the only two methods of dismissal on a free hit. So there it goes, a dot ball for that free hit. Having a wild swing there, Danny Ram. First time we've seen him look anything but elegant. As this time he's driving the ball, peeling away the outer half of the bat out towards deep backward point, and he has already settled for a couple of runs. The return comes in with much effort from the man there running back to backward point. As that, the applause you hear in the background is for the 50 coming up for West Indies. 50 for 1, 9.3 overs we have had so far for the West Indies 50. Another small aircraft coming off 9.3 overs, 39 minutes, and the appeal for leg before wicket, again not given. So Madhur Singh to bowl to Danny Ram, and again this time striking him on the pad, but the ball clearly heading down leg. So he's been able to temper the aggression of as soon as Danny Ram, Madhur Singh, much to his credit. He has bowled well
The 50
in
for
the
West,
circumstances.
50 for the West Indies came up off 61 deliveries with 4 fours. 61 deliveries with 4 fours for the West Indies 50.
And Danny Ram is getting this one off the outer half of the bat. I think that was a deliberate shot. I was tempted to say it came off the edge, but I think the ball went exactly where he intended it to go. Running it through the vacant slip down to third man for another couple. And all 4 of those boundaries would have been struck by Suresh Danny Ram in that West Indies 50. It's 52 for 1 now, as we come to the end of over number 10. So that's 10 overs gone. West Indies 52, requiring just a matter of some 25 runs, and with all of 35 overs to go, as I vacate my position, hand over the ball by ball to Linden Yard, and the next in the analyst chair will be none other than Kurt Strawn.
And thank you, Wayne, and say welcome back to Kurt.
Well, yes, Wayne, and welcome back. And it's all going the way of the West Indies here. Definitely large and in charge of the position of 52 for 1. And they're doing it on a canter as well after 10 overs.
Thanks to Sudif Daniram, who looks the part. He has 29 against his name. Mirage is on 16. 52 for the loss of 1. Approximately 122 in Barbados. Brilliant day for cricket. Cloudy day. No threat of rain. The sun is out. Not in its entirety. As it's battling with the cloud. But good enough to win the battle against the cloud and shine not as brightly as Rihanna song shine brightly does suggest. And I can tell you that Mirage is going to face up to Kyan, who's in right arm off spin. The Mirage stretches forward, plays the ball, which seems to have jumped at him. And he pulls the left hand off the bat, keeps in control. And there's no run. It remains 52 for the loss of 1. West Indies requiring all but another 25 runs to defeat Wales. It will be the third defeat of the tournament. Here's a short delivery, bowled, and will be have to reloaded as umpire Thompson signals wide down the leg side. Another sundry in the book. 53
just
for 1.
Having a quick look at the stats of Suresh Daniram in first class cricket.
Go ahead, Sean.
He would have played some 46 matches, 72 innings, 2,040 runs with a higher score of 131. He would average 29.14 with 410 50s. So a decent average.
Yeah, under the circumstances. In
Back
that time, it would have been the Carter Besses, the Gordon Gringes, Desmond Haynes, Andrew Light, Andrew Jackman, Martinita. And there's an attempted stumping by Stephen Power. And he knocks the Bills down, doesn't have control of the ball. And he gets some assistant there by Priestley. What a tortured innings. And in the Wales score of 76 all out.
He was trying his best, but he couldn't find any useful partners. And some would say he ran out of partners before he decided to give his wicket away.
Can get some prodigious bunks there. And well played by Mirage as he allows it to go by, taken by Power behind the stump. Slip in position. There's a backward point, cover and extra cover. Long off, short mid wicket, backward square, deep mid wicket, and a man in the cow corner 3/4 of the way. Here is a debut which is played up to that fielder off the deepish mid-on position. Actually, deepish mid wicket, straightish, rather straightish too, and deep 3/4 of the way. And an easy single achieved. Run number 54 to the West Indies, who need 77 for victory. It brings Danny Ram into strike. He has 29 from 28 deliveries, a strike rate of 103.6. He's been awesome. He's been easy on the eye. And this is what makes cricket commentary so easy. Strong, you got a player of Danny Ram's ability and class, and even at the ripe old age of 50 plus, still looks the part, still looks fit. Doesn't look like you or I. As can. Does he make an adjustment? What he has the long off in position. He wants the mid long on to come into mid on, and many believe he was fairly close to test selection. So with Danny Ram, and here's Michael Khan. I don't know how close he was to selection. He's into Danny Ram. Danny Ram thrusts the left pad, allows it to go by outside of the awesome, taken by Power. The end of yet another over, and that is now a situation where the West Indies require 23 and 11 overs gone. It is 54 for the loss of 1.
Well, yes, Lynn, and the West Indies continue to go about their merry way. Danny Ram and Mirage. Mirage was due for a score. In a couple of previous knocks, he looked the part, he got in, but then he found some way of getting out. But today he's stuck in, and I guess being accompanied by Danny Ram, the more seasoned campaigner, the professional, more professional of the two, I think they have forged together a useful partnership, and partnership now worth some 53 runs as well. So they've reasonably done well.
Yes, I know one Reese is into the attack. 23. So one Reese in the attack, and he's gonna pick it up from the rum end. We call it. We've renamed the ends. This is known as the rum end, and the other end is known as the Hopefield end. All owned by that iconic racehorse owner, Sir David Seal. And as you see to our left, the R.L. Seal and Company.
But it would be fair to say too that you're playing at the RL Seal ground because he was a long-standing sponsor of the Pickwick Club when they had to make the move from Kensington.
And he brought them home.
Brought them home
To his home.
to his home. So he's done a lot for the sport as well, Lyndon.
Most definitely. As here is Reese in right arm off spin, and they be tossed up and it is drilled up to the fielder at the mid-off position. That is Priestley, the only fielder on the field with a white floppy. Wasn't too pleased when he was dismissed. West Indies remain 54 for the loss of 1. Mirage on 17. Danny Ram on the non-striker's end has 29 against his name. And the slip go down. Backward point, sweep on the cover boundary as Reese is in. Short delivery and punch to that fielder Jones, who's patrolling the cover position. Cocks the arm, threatened to throw, keeps the ball. And West Indies remain 54 for the loss of 1. 11.2 overs gone. They have 45 overs to get 77. For the second time in the tournament, Wales failed to get 100. As Reese is in around the wicket. And Mirage backs away and slams it. Parried by Adams, who's in that short cover position.
Got a bit of work there by Priestley with his throw, striking his stumps at the non-striker's end, but the batsman safely home. So there's still a bit of fight in the Wales side. They're not rolling over and playing dead. They're still being competitive, still in the game.
Well, they're going to go down fighting 51 for the loss of 1. As a betting man, I'm going to bet they're going to go down eventually. It's just a matter of time. And they didn't get enough runs. They didn't bat out the overs.
Especially in these pristine conditions here at
perfect.
the four-square oval. Yeah. Perfect conditions here. Like you keep remarking, it was the best conditions, weather conditions that we've had all
for the tournament.
Yeah. Bright sunshine.
Let's hope it keeps that way as the tournament will conclude this week. I think we are set for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday as the last 3 playing days of the tournament. Now Long On has come back for Danny Ram. Mid-wicket is going to come a lot straighter. Surprised there's no long off, but here is Reese on the way into bowl to suit Danny Ram, and Danny Ram stretches forward. The ball ricochets off the pad. The fielder from backward square is in attendance. There's no run. So slipping position, backward point, cover, mid-off, long on, a short, wideish mid-wicket, square leg, deep mid-wicket in the cow corner, and a deep mid-wicket. As he's in, this is his launch. Beautiful shot has gone out of the ground and lands, boom, and just miss a car parked adjacent to the road. A beautiful shot there from Sudif Danny around the first 6 of this innings. He rushes to 35, 61 for the loss of 1, and the West Indies are pressing on to victory.
Well, and then I was just about to comment to you that Danny Ram is from Guyana, Berbice in Guyana actually, and you know Guyanese batsmen love to play the spin bowling, and it was only right to remark to you the matter of time before Danny Ram took to the off spin, and there he was down the track using his wrist as well. A lot of wrist work indeed, reminded me a bit of Sachin Tendulkar when he got to the pitch of the ball, using his wrist and elevating the ball over the deep mid-wicket boundary and landed somewhere in the vicinity of Woodburn, going a little further. But a lovely shot by the man Danny Ram.
Yes, magnificent shot. He's in great nick. He has 35 from 31 deliveries. He's now pushed a strike rate to 112.9. And Sean, when you watch this and compare to what we see on any given Saturday, this is milk and drink. Not the bowling, but the batsmanship being displayed by Sudif Danny Ram.
A high level of batsmanship. But yeah. I just wanted to get back to that point after this delivery. And I want to get some thoughts on you on this, because after this delivery,
61 for 1. Reese is into bowl to Danny Ram, and Danny Ram is forward, works the ball up to long on. Sensible batting. The fielder Priestley's off the boundary. Run achieved to end over number 12. West Indies 62 for 1, chasing down a target of 77 for victory, and they require further 15 runs.
Well, yes, Lyndon. I just ran through the first class stats of Danny Ram for you, and you mentioned that he would have been. Some said he was a bit unfortunate not to have made the higher level of the West Indies side. But I also remember telling you that he averaged 29.10. And in these terms now, in these conditions, with the younger batsmen, we say that they're fortunate to make a West Indies team averaging just hovering about 30 or just about. So batsmanship in the Caribbean really has not gone anywhere then.
Well, sometimes the numbers really don't reflect how good a batsman is. And I'm a firm believer in that. I'm not saying I would not telling you that I wouldn't use the numbers, but it was difficult for Danny Ram. I could go around the islands. There was Ralston Otto, Andrew Light, Milton Paidana as a keeper. Those fellas that couldn't get in the team. Andrew Jackman from Guyana as well. And Danny Ram was just silky smooth, a nice, as I said, the average 29 days driving, and his soft dismissal caught at the cover position. A very, very soft dismissal as he's caught by Adams. And a delivery tossed up to him. Didn't keep it on the ground. And he comes back. And maybe that's why he's averaged 29, Sean.
Well, yes. But yet again, stats don't lie. Just gone for 36 in this encounter. And it was a nice innings while it lasted. He entertained the crowd. He struck some lovely boundaries. You can see why he was held so in such high regard back in his head there. He played a couple of lovely shots. And you can see he was head and shoulders above the other batters in this side on offer so far, as the new batsman looks like William Lashley.
And when he comes back to a tremendous round of applause, he had gone for 36 of 33 deliveries with 4 fours and 1 6 to further develop his point in that he also would have had, remember Barbados had Carlisle Best, Mike Innes, and trying to find somebody from Jamaica. There was Mark Nita. So there was a lot of batsmen around the Caribbean who just could not force their way into the side. And I think they all average between 34 and 40.
One name that springs to mind from Jamaica would be a guy by the name of Delroy Morgan.
Oh, Delroy Morgan.
Lovely
Elegant.
on the eye, man.
Oh, and he was an opening batsman that just couldn't get in. So I think the only body that crept in that era would have been Ridley Jacobs. And luckily for him, he got a lifeline handed to him, because what the Leeward Islands did, they replaced the keeper Livingston Harris, who was easily among the better keepers, along with Milton Paidana, Ignatius Coday, those keepers. He was up there with them. But to elevate Ridley Jacobs, who would score runs consistently, because he didn't start as a keeper, but he just couldn't find his way into the side. So what they did, they threw him the gloves, and that was his lifeline in then, because with Jeffrey Lujan making his way out to the team, they figured, well, that's his way. And I think shortly after that, that was the end of Livingston Harris. He was very annoyed by that move. And quite rightfully so too as well, but it worked out of his favour and into the favour of Ridley Jacobs, who went on to make the West Indies team. But getting back to Danny Ram and said it with the average of 20. When we look at the average of the players today, hovering between 33 and 22, it is not a lot to write home about. But I'll say this openly, without fear of frolic, the bowling back then was superior to the bowling we have now.
I can tend to agree with that point. The bowling then, the Malcolm Marshalls, the Andy Roberts, the spinners from Trinidad and Tobago, the
spinners whipped into the leg side, they turned for one and turned
and those guys. So yeah, the bowling was definitely of a higher quality back then.
And you could go around the entire Caribbean. Garfield Charles from Guyana, he wasn't quick, but he was a medium pacer who would every season prediciously, you would be in the wicket taking columns, you would be up there with the first 6 bowlers. Then you had a Tony Gray. There was plenty of bowlers all around.
Score up to 66 for the 2 with that boundary, a boundary to Lashley. He opens his account with a sweep backward of square and into the boundary. 66 for 2, we're in over number 13.
As Lashley is whipping this one into the mid-wicket region. He will take what will be his 5th run. And Richards goes after the at the mid-wicket region. So runs coming easy. 67 for the loss of 2. They require further 10 runs. 12.3 overs gone. And so some very good players back then in those days with the Shell Shield. And then it was because I think it was the Red Stripe tournament. Had several sponsors. Carb as well.
Geddes Grant, the one-day tournament.
That was a feature. That was a tremendous tournament. And I think basically there was basically no weak team in those eras. Here is a David Richards tossed up, and Mirage is just thrust in the right leg, allows it to go by, taken by power behind the stumps. And the West Indies had, as I said, a second string team that will be a top test side, and these fellas just couldn't break into the side because of the likes of Greenwich, Haynes, Richards, Gomes, and Davies swinging across the line. Is Mirage, makes no contact, taken by the keeper. Ill-advised shot, and not called for at this stage. We're in the final delivery of over number 13, 67 for the loss of 2. So as we look back at the difference between the West Indies cricket then and now, much stronger than. Let's not forget my favorite player, Carl Llewellyn-Hooper, who smashed 100 against Barbados with the likes of, I think, Marshall Garner. And then let's not forget Ian Raphael Bishop, who was taken to task by Gordon Greenwich and Desmond Haynes in his first year, and the next year when he came back.
Well, I'll say this to
they
you,
didn't want to see him.
And some persons on viewing this will be in surprise, but my two favorite cricketers were Carl Hooper and Keith Arthurton, and both of them turned out to be quite underperformers.
Well, I will support you there with Carl, because for me he's my favorite player of all time. I think he just made the game look too easy. I'm not speaking about production because he has no production. I think he got better as a captain when he came back as captain. His average improved. I think he moved his average from 32 to 36. But I liked him as a player. I thought he played the game with a tremendous spirit that no matter what he did, and no matter how much times he failed, it never just seemed to bother him. I didn't believe that one guy can be so cool, so calm. And then you had those players who were ugly on the eyes, but they will get runs.
Productive.
Ugly
on the eye, but productive. But Hooper, elegant on the eyes, and
a little production.
A little production.
But so much elegance that he was renamed and rechristened in Barbados. I think he's the only person to be christened in Barbados with the name to be knighted without getting that honor. Sir Carl Hooper.
I can remember he was so well loved by the Bajan public that they actually booed Corey Cullimore at Kensington.
So imagine for appealing against Carl Hooper. So 68 for the loss of 2 as this delivery is tossed up, and there's Mirage going across the line. The bails have been picked off by Power. He's done well picking the bails all day long, but hasn't gotten the return that he needs. And Rees to continue with 9 runs for victory. The West Indies looking to be in the thick of things for the cup. It'll be cut and caught at slip. Caught at slip by, that is Canny. Yes, caught by Can at slip. And a soft dismissal in the end. Again, doing all the hard work. And this is typical of West Indies batsmen. They get themselves in and then find a way to get out. He's come back for 19.
What I can tell you from watching Ishwar Mirage, he seemed to perfect the art of getting in and getting out.
68 for 3 as I will give you the honor strong of describing the new batsman going out. I know he's a good friend of yours.
New batsman, my good friend, Rajendra Mangali. He is from Central Trinidad, Charleville. Stalwart at the Comets and Wanderers clubs in Trinidad. He would have played a few first-class games for the Trinidad side. He's recently been discarded as the chairman of selectors in Trinidad. So he has a wealth of knowledge going to the wicket.
Well, I'll give you some good news for him today. Not a ball went to him for him to catch. So Ishwar gets the applause of both teams. And it is 68 for the loss of 3. West Indies in the process of over number 14. 13.3 overs gone. And a wicket there to Juan Rees. 1.3 overs, no minutes. 1 for 8. Strong as a better man, where's your money?
Well,
where would you put your money at this
safely
stage?
in my pockets. It will stay. I'm not a betting man. 68 for 3. I would think that the West Indies are on top. But stranger things have happened. I can remember them wanting 1 run at Kensington Oval. And a guy by the name of Charles Langdefeld.
And they lost 4 wickets to get a 1 run?
they didn't even get the run. So, stranger things have happened, Lyndon. See our good friend Fareed Hossein going for his pads.
That's not a good sign. Well, Mangley will have the strike, the slipping position, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a corner in position. There's a short fine leg as well. Leeds moves into bowl to Mangley, and Mangley stretches forward. Plays the ball up in the offside. There is no run, so dot ball goes into the book. And I think, do you think the Welsh have a chance at the moment, Stroney?
Well, not really. 7 runs required. 9 runs required. Lots of batting in the hatch. Brian Johnson, the top scorer.
He's injured.
But I'm sure Brian Johnson, the war horse that he is, if he's needed, he will make his way to the crease.
So they're gonna pull a fielder into a leg gully position. So
So the Irish definitely are the Wales team on the attack.
And a forward short leg as well. Well, a shortish mid-wicket, sorry.
A forward short leg, a short mid-wicket, a man in a extra cover, mid-on and mid-off, trying to apply some pressure, Lyndon, the Wales team.
Has this move come a little too late?
You could argue that, but just remember that Danny Ram was in full cry as well. So it was a matter of trying to balance, get in between.
No, the mid-wicket has come up off the boundary. Lees comes in to bowl to Mangley, and Mangley gets a little bit short, goes on to the back foot and runs it out the field at point. They get one, the return doesn't come in as he doesn't pick it up. So 1 to Mangley. So he opens his account and is now 69 for the loss of 3 with 14 overs done and dusted. And if you're just joining us in this big man cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup 2022, Wales are on the verge of a third consecutive defeat and are about to crash out of the cup competition. They will, however, be eligible for the plate, which features team 5 through 8. At the moment, they're sitting at number 8.
Well, I guess the only way from there can be up. 69 for 3. The Wales team, they did. I've got our score, Mr. Evans there. He's
Mr. Stevens.
Mr. Stevens. He's saying that the game will be done and dusted well within 15 overs.
Well, I'll tell you what, 8 is required then of 6 deliveries. So let's play a T20. 8 from 6. You'll say the batting side is definitely in charge. 69 for 3.
And it's Can.
Can is very meticulous about where he wants his field position. Slip, backward point, cover, long off, mid on, mid wicket, and a deep backward square. The batsman on strike is Mangley. Can, off a very long run, goes past the umpire Thompson and bowls to Mangley. Mangley's sweeping out to the field of the backward square position. He run across to his right. They're gone for 1. They're going to turn and come back for 2. And the fielder finally gets there. 2 more to the total. So West Indies get a lot closer. 71 for the loss of 3. So the equation now, Strawn. 6 to get from 5. Can they get it?
Well, it all depends on Mangley and the type of mood that he's in. We saw him the other day playing the sheet anchor role when the West Indies team were up against the India A side. He got in and dug in and took his team from out of a spot of bother. So let's see what kind of frame of mind or approach will be used by Mangley.
And now he stretches forward and goes for a quick single. And despite the fact that Can has been moving around the field, unable to prevent that single.
Well, Linda, you were speaking about the fortunes of the Wales side. They've come to the Caribbean, they've come to Barbados in the big man cricket competition. They're yet to register their first win, but I'm sure they will be looking to put in a performance as they head into the other half of the competition. But on the other hand, after losing their first game, the West Indies Masters side, their performances have definitely stepped up. And with the inclusion of Danny Ram, can only augur well for them.
As Can is into bowl to Lashley. Lashley gets the delivery, bounces on him prodigiously off the pitch and turns it into the mid-wicket region. Will pick up a single. The ball is picked up there by Richards. 73 for the loss of 3. So 4 and 3. The countdown still on. Stevens bets he will win this bet with Mangley, who waits on Can, who walks first and then breaks into a run, goes into bowl to Mangley, and Mangley launches it over the fielder at the backward point. They will take 1 and they're going to look for 2. The return is going to come in now from Hudson, and Hudson return can't limit the batsman to 1. 74 for 3. So they require 3 from 2 deliveries. And they still have a lot of overs after this. We're just trying to finish it in 15 overs. The West Indies chasing down 77 for victory. Here is Can on the way in to bowl to William Lashley. And Lashley is turn it through mid-wicket. And out to the field on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Another single is achieved. And that is the penultimate ball of over number 15. 75 for the loss of 3. So the equation is quite simple now. They require 2 runs from one ball to finish it, and this is over. Or 2 runs from 30 overs. Here is Can in short, tucked away into the leg side. They run 1, and that completes over number 15. Done and dusted. And the West Indies have gone up to 76 with a loss of 3. And at the moment, the scores are level. And I can tell you that they lost Mirage for 19, Sadio without scoring, Danny Ram for 36. Lashley has 7, Mirage has 6 against his name with 1 run required. Sean, I'm going to give you the honor of doing that.
Yes, as we see, umpire Tremaine Prescott singling in the second power play as well. I don't think that the West Indies or the Wales team will mind this as much because with just 1 run required, Lyndon, it is safe to say now that the Wales team will suffer their 3rd consecutive defeat.
Well, they brought the entire field in now. They're going to try and save the single.
For the next 30 overs,
Here we go.
as the bowler in Rees on his way into ball to Mangali, who's turning the delivery lane and straight to the man at short backward square. And that's the end, ladies and gentlemen. Done and dusted here at the 4 square oval in the east of the country, up in St. Philip. The West Indies Masters have toppled Lyndon, the Wales team, by some 7 wickets. 77 for 3. Remember, they were chasing a target of some 77 runs, Lyndon, and they would have done it in 15.1 overs. So the West Indies Masters, they will go 2-1, their record, and the Wales team, 0-3. So Lyndon, the West Indies team, dominant, and with the inclusion of Danny Ram, safe to say they were heads and shoulders above their opponents today.
Yes, and congratulations to them and commiserations to the Wales side who will now wait to see what position they will occupy in the plate competition. Plate will feature teams 5 through 8. The first 4 will go through to contest the Caribbean Cup. Now we will know by the end of the day. Could take you around the grounds in the tournament thus far. And I can tell in the game, I said Wales lost to West Indies by some 7 wickets. UAE versus Canada. UAE are 67 for 9. 67 for 9 of 25 overs against Canada. West Indies A versus England. West Indies A 116 all out of 42.4 overs. England 86 for 1 in 14 overs. So England are galloping on. And in that all important game, USA versus India. And I think that is where the second team here will advance. I can tell at the moment, USA 158 for 8 of 45 overs. 158 for 8 of 45 overs. A top score of 28 to Basar, 24 to Shafiq, and the 26 at the end to Pakar, the keeper. Parak, the keeper. 158 off some 45 overs. And bowling for India. In that innings, I can tell you there were 2 wickets apiece for Patel. 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 20. And Kumar Sharma, he said no 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 24. So in order for India to advance to the cup, they will need to get up to 159 for victory after the USA finish at 158 for a loss of 8. So a very interesting game there.
Lots riding on the Indian batsmen. No, the Indian batters will have to get their side over the line if they are to progress in this competition. But the West Indies team they've done part 1 of what they were supposed to do. They've completed victory here at the 4 square oval, Lyndon, and now they will just have to wait on the result coming from the India versus USA game.
Yes, mostly so they've done their part. It's only a matter of whether India can get up to the runs that they've been set, 159, and I guess it will then come into run rate should they get that. But into the game here, I can tell you Wales, when they batted, Rees made 19, Adams made 7, Williams made 14, Can made 6, Richards no score, Maraj Singh made 8, Priestley made 9, Jones, he got 3, Donovan didn't score, leaving Leeds not out on 1, and Hudson, he made no score. 9 extras, 76 all out of 31.3 overs. Bowling for West Indies, Zaman Amin, none for 12 from 4 overs. Sudis Daniram, 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 8. 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 8. William Lashley, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. Ian Drake, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 15. 6 overs, no 2 maidens, none for 2 for 15. Sorry,
Shanda Paul Singh, 6 overs, no maidens, and he's picked up 4 for 14. And Anthony Morris, 0.3 overs, and he's picked up just that 1 wicket. And when West Indies replayed, Maraj got 19, Sadio got no score, Daniram made 36, William Lashley 7 not out, Mangley 7 not out, 77 for 3 or 15.1 overs. Phillies, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. Madir Singh, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16, 5-1, 16-0. Mike Khan, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18, 4-0, 18-1. And Juan Rees sent on 2.1 overs, no maidens, and he picked up 1 for 10. No score to be exact is that the West Indies have defeated Wales by 7 wickets in a low scoring affair. Wales invited the bat first, made 76, and West Indies in reply 77 for a loss of some 3 wickets. So we're gonna have a couple of interviews and coverage brought to you here at the Foursquare Ground in St. Philip. And of course, Wayne Hole is back with me. Martin Paris has turned up for duty, Kirk Strawn. And we look forward to the playoffs, which will begin in earnest on Wednesday. And then we'll have one final on Thursday, and then the other final, semi-finals and final. So with that, with the news that West Indies have defeated Wales by some 7 wickets, Martin Paris, it's over to you.
Well, I don't want to review my Welsh ancestry. Don't have any connections with Glamorgan, Swansea, or Cardiff, but welcome to Barbados. And sorry that you weren't winning, but it looked like you enjoyed yourself all the same.
Thank you very much for the welcome. Yes, we've enjoying ourselves here at the moment, but obviously our cricket at the moment isn't really to the standard we normally play. We find it quite hard to bat on the tracks. We haven't won the toss yet, so it's given us a bit of a challenge in the field. Our players are a little bit disappointed in our batting performances, that we can't give ourselves a total to bowl at. I think our bowling on a day.
Is your mic on?
What's that? Is the mic on?
We're just making sure that technically everything seems to be connected. I've got all my. The audio was good. We were speaking. Our cables are good. No kinks. Somehow the audio went down. Is it back up? And it's good to go. Probably needed a sunshine break.
There's plenty of sunshine in between the rain that we've had for the last week. But yeah, it's been a difficult first couple of games for us. We haven't scored many runs. As I say, I'm giving our bowlers a chance to try and dominate the batsmen. In fairness to the West Indies, they played some lovely shots, clearing our inner ring and hitting the boundaries where we've been struggling to hit boundaries, to be honest with you.
Is your team bowling strong or batting strong?
Well, we've lost 2 bowlers before we got here. Our leg spinner snapped his Achilles day before we due to leave, and our left arm spinner had to go home because his father died. So it's, we are 2 down in our bowling. But as I say, the batting we just haven't clicked yet.
Okay, well, today virtually confirms that you're not going to be playing in the cup element, but there's still the plate.
Yes, yeah. Hopefully we'll start putting the wins together to get something to go home with. We've obviously got 2 games left, and hopefully we can win the 2.
And we'll see. As you would say, 6 of one, 2 threes of the other.
Yeah, but that makes 7 now.
We won't get into how much runs you scored today. Before we go, what was one of the outstanding memories that you have of playing here at the Pickwick Club today?
Well, obviously it's a lovely venue. It's surprising how dry the ground was.
You're not allowed to back my camera.
All right, okay, man. Surprised how dry the ground was after all the rain we've had the last today, and the rain that we had over near Bridgetown last night. It was really raining hard. But as I say, the ground looks lovely. But as I say, we got to pay respects to the West Indies bowling today, who've showed us that we need to back out.
And my final disappointment, not a single word sung coming from the lips of Irish where Tom Jones is from.
Not yet.
You don't sing in defeat.
We'll sing in defeat. We'll always sing. We're always happy. We'll always mix. We are the true. We are the true people who enjoy ourselves in cricket, win or lose.
All right. Well, there's supposed to be a presentation going on now, and we're gonna get the chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. The thing about this is they don't want us to back the camera,
Okay, that's all right.
so let's get the formalities of the presentation done.
Correct. Yes, let's get it over and done with. We have almost a half a day remaining, so we'll try to get something else done in the remainder of the afternoon.
All right. You're gonna get Mr. Danny Ram here. Hey.
How you doing?
I'm well. I'm just waiting to find out. I thought the presentation was going on, but apparently you had an enjoyable day today.
Yeah. It was a very low scoring game. They made 70, so it was an easy task. The wicket was kind of slow, but just got to get it.
To have to chase 77, you had to have bowled well enough to contain and dismiss.
Yes, we bowled pretty well. We bowled. The wicket was slow, so you had to bowl slow, line and length, and it was very difficult to score on. But it gets a bit easier second time around.
And it's a matter of onward now to the cup.
Yes, we don't know who we're playing yet. We got to wait for the result of the other games: England and West Indies and India and USA. So we got to wait for that result to know what's going on.
All right. Well, we're gonna see about the presentation now. If I make my way a little further over, go ahead, Mr. Sherman. And you can turn yourself 3/4 this way, because
Yeah. All right. Good afternoon, guys. We've just come to the end of the first of the round 3 matches, whereby West Indies and Wales took the Pickwick Cricket Club ground today, and we had a very clinical display by the West Indies, finishing victorious in 15.1 over, I think it was, chasing 77 for victory. Congrats, guys. Congrats to the Wales team for coming out and putting up a performance despite their somber mood this morning. After we had that 1 minute silence, we hope Mark and his family, pull through on the situation, and so that's about it. I guess Wales now falls into the plate category for the next rounds. We've got to wait the results of the other matches. England and West Indies A. England looks on track to win that match against the West Indies A. India and USA are locked in a tight battle there, as well as UAE and Canada. So we've got to wait the outcome of those matches before we decide on where everyone is placed. So I'll now call on the losing captain, John Jones, to come forward and name his man of the match and the reason why he gave that person the man of the match.
Well, obviously, the West Indies batted very well today, bowled very well today. There was a tight decision on the man of the match, but I think the spell by the leg spinner Chandrapal Singh of 9 overs, 4 for 14, took us apart, and congratulations to him.
Congrats there, Chandas. Yes, congrats. Chandler Paul has been a live wire for the West Indies team. He's been all around the cricket field, and it's really fitting that he's won a Man of the Match award. He's been bowling well, he's been fielding well. He's really bring some energy into the West Indies team. Thank you very much. I call now on the captain of the West Indies team to make his presentation to the losing team.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me first extend my sincere condolences to Mark Davies and his family, his friends, and the entire Welsh team. And this is coming from the West Indies team and the West Indies A team. Our sincere condolences. Congrats to our guys today. They put on a clinical game today, and I hope that they can continue this throughout the playoffs. For the Welsh team, want to wish you luck in the rest of the in the tournament, and I hope that you guys are having a good time here in Barbados. For the matter of the match, this was quite easy today. 19 runs, 2 overs, 1 wicket for 10 runs. Ewan Rees.
Thanks, Damian. Congrats, Ewan. You're always there, man. You can't leave you out at all. Guys, the weather seems to be changing and smiling on us now, so we've got lots of hours this evening now to enjoy the bar and have a good time. All right, guys? All the best. Congrats to both of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, that takes care of the presentation. More to follow. I'm sure Lyndon will be giving us the update on who's made it to the cup and who's made it to the plate. But for that, you have to keep following us here on the YouTube channel of Anything Cricket Let's Talk. Lyndon, over to you for the wrap.
Yes, thank you very much, Martin. And just to let you know that the West Indies have comfortably defeated the Wales side in this fixture game in the Big Man Cricket over 50s Caribbean Cup competition, and they will now await the outcome of that game between India and the USA, and they can just give you some up to date on what is going on at the moment. USA versus India. USA 158 for 8 of 45 overs in a must-win game for India, which would mean that 3 teams would finish with 2 victories and a loss should India defeat USA. If they fail to do so, West Indies will advance with the USA. India in response, they are 5 without loss of some 2 overs. UAE versus Canada. UAE 76 for 9 of 30 overs. 76 for 9 of 30 overs. And the West Indies A versus England. West Indies A 116 all out of some 42.4 overs. England 98 for 2. And Wayne Holders join me, and I think you can safely say that England are about to book their spots in the other zone.
Very much so. I mean, despite the other games going on, I think our next option will be to look forward to those semi-finals which come up on Wednesday. The matches here I see semi-final being played at the St. Catherine Sports Club and the Pickwick Ground. It will be. I'm not even going to speculate as to which matchups are going to be at which ground, but we know that, as you said, England very much on the way, and it is still anybody's game in this group A with the India and USA match still in progress. We know that the West Indies have won 2 and lost 1. We know that before today, USA had won 2 without losing any, and that India had lost 1 and won 1. And at the conclusion of that match, it's only when we can make a determination as to the semi-finalists in that group. In the other group, which I personally have not been following as closely as I have been in this group A, but the group B situation, and you said England already sure basically of qualification. West Indies A would have won a loss.
A win and a loss.
A win and a loss. UAE.
A rained out.
1 rained out and a loss. And Canada.
Yet to win.
Yet to win. They would have lost both, or they are
yeah.
Right. So it is still a bit up in the air. So UAE, for instance, we can assured would be out of the race.
Yes.
Definitely.
And
West Indies A with just 1 victory, with England looking as if they're going to be winning there. So then it's just a matter of Canada
if they can upset
if they
the
can
UAE.
if they can get the better of UAE,
Yeah.
then they might very well be in contention with the West Indies A. As a matter of fact, they would be
Yeah.
the ones going
It'll be
ahead.
1 and 2, because if the West Indies A lost, it means they will go 1 win and 2
And,
defeats.
and likewise, we can say for sure that Wales have slipped into the plate competition. Those semi-finals will also be coming off on Wednesday, one at the BNOC, the Barbados National Oil Company ground, and the other semi-final at Windward. So again, we can only await the outcome of the matches that are currently in progress. We can go even further and tell you that come the Thursday, November 10th, we will have the third place playoff in both segments, both the plate and the cup. The third place for the cup will be played right here at the Foursquare Oval, and the third place in the plate at BNOC, with the grand final scheduled for November the 11th, and I believe that will be at the iconic Kensington Oval. That doesn't leave us with a lot to more to say, Lyndon. We have already covered, I believe, all our bases. Just once again to congratulate the West Indies for their victory, a quite comprehensive victory. I've heard the word clinical used more than once, but a comprehensive victory for West Indies, and the momentum they are going to be taking into the semi-finals is going to be very much in their favor.
Well, I want to agree with you 100%, Wayne, but you said that it's going to be taken into the semi-final, but you got to hope that the Indians don't defeat the USA, because then it's 3-way at the top, where all 3 teams would have won 2 and lost 1, and then it will come down most 80-run rate.
And I seem to be very confident that the West Indies will be making it. Thanks once again to all of those who have made this the success of this broadcast possible. Special thanks go out to Paul Stevens, the scorer of the Wales team, Amelia Crick, who would have scored the tournament scorer and the West Indies scorer. Our team, our technical team, Philip Hackett, David Martin, and all the others, yourself, Lyndon, and Kirk Strawn, on the behalf of each and every one associated with this commentary. I am Wayne Holder, wishing all a very good evening, and we will be hopefully joining you for the semi-finals come Wednesday.
Yes, so once again, we want to say a big thank you, and join us at Flash Drive Media and Anything Cricket. It's goodbye.